All right, we're gonna do my philosophy book here, but give me a second to adjust this for the vertical stream. Whoa, not what I wanted to do. Why does it keep grabbing the the fucking horizontal when I'm clicking vertical? Whatever. All right, whatever, YouTube. That's the best I'm doing it for now.
Happiness and fulfillment. Happiness within the structure of lived existence is not a permanent. Happiness and fulfillment. Happiness within the structure of lived existence is not a permanent state nor an intrinsic feature of reality, but a temporary biochemical and psychological condition that arises within consciousness under specific environmental and internal configurations. It is not a stable endpoint that can be reached and maintained, but a transient fluctuation in neural and emotional activity that appears, peaks, and dissolves as conditions change. In this sense, happiness is not a destination, but a recurring state of biological operation embedded within the functioning of conscious systems. The emergence of happiness is heavily influenced by external conditions, though it is always experienced internally. External reality does not directly generate happiness. Instead, it produces conditions that are interpreted by consciousness, which then produces the corresponding emotional response. This distinction is critical. The external world sets the parameters of experience, but it is the internal interpretive system that determines whether those parameters result in happiness, neutrality, or distress. Thus, happiness is not located in the external world itself, but in the translation of external conditions into internal experience. Within modern structural systems, particularly those organized around economic survival, access to resources plays a disproportionately large role in determining the likelihood of positive internal states. In systems where financial stability is required for basic survival, economic capacity becomes tightly linked to emotional stability. This creates a structural environment in which happiness is heavily influenced by access to money, not because money inherently produces happiness, but because it regulates access to conditions that reduce stress, instability, and deprivation. In such systems, happiness becomes indirectly dependent on economic structure, even though it remains internally generated. Fulfillment, in contrast, operates at a higher level of abstraction. It is not a direct emotional response, but a constructed interpretive judgment regarding the coherence or completion of one's life trajectory. However, this interpretation is not externally defined. It is internally constructed by the individual consciousness itself, meaning that the standards by which fulfillment is measured are self-generated. Because these standards are self-defined, the thresholds for fulfillment are inherently subjective and variable. This introduces a structural instability in which fulfillment is not a fixed state, but a moving target shaped by the same consciousness attempting to evaluate it. As a result, fulfillment often functions as a post hoc justification mechanism rather than a fixed endpoint. Individuals determine what constitutes fulfillment based on internal frameworks, achieve or approximate those conditions, and then reassess or redefine the criteria over time. This recursive adjustment means that fulfillment is not an externally verifiable state, but an internally negotiated conclusion, continuously reshaped by evolving perception and expectation. Within this framework, it becomes possible for individuals to achieve external markers of success, such as financial stability, status, or achievement, while simultaneously remaining internally unfulfilled. This occurs because external success and internal fulfillment are not structurally equivalent. External success operates within observable systems, while fulfillment operates within subjective interpretive systems. The disconnect between these layers allows for divergence between appearance and internal experience. From this perspective, happiness and fulfillment do not possess inherent meaning. They are not embedded within reality as signals of correctness, progress, or existential alignment. Instead, they are biological and psychological phenomena that arise and dissipate according to internal and external conditions. Their presence does not indicate truth, correctness, or moral alignment. It only indicates a temporary configuration of consciousness. Human capacity for satisfaction exists, but it is conditional rather than absolute. Under certain environmental and psychological conditions, individuals can experience sustained contentment or relative stability. However, this capacity does not imply permanence. Satisfaction is contingent upon ongoing conditions and can be disrupted by changes in environment, perception, or internal state. Therefore, satisfaction is possible but not guaranteed, and it remains subject to fluctuation over time. The pursuit of happiness introduces a structural tension within the system. Because happiness is temporary and internally generated, the pursuit of external conditions believed to produce it can become a recursive process in which satisfaction is continuously delayed, adjusted, or redefined. This pursuit can itself generate dissatisfaction, particularly when expectations exceed what conditions consistently produce. In such cases, the pursuit of happiness becomes a contributing factor to suffering rather than a resolution of it. Fulfillment, similarly, requires a form of purpose construction, since it depends on internally defined criteria for success or completion. However, because these criteria are self-generated, they lack external grounding. This creates a system in which fulfillment is simultaneously determined by the individual and evaluated by the same system that defined it. As a result, fulfillment is not an objective endpoint, but a subjective construct that can be continuously reconfigured. From a structural standpoint, happiness is both biological and interpretive. It emerges from physiological processes, but is shaped by cognitive interpretation. This dual nature means it cannot be reduced entirely to either biology or perception alone. Instead, it exists at the intersection of both, functioning as a temporary alignment between internal chemistry and external interpretation. Despite this complexity, happiness remains fundamentally transient. It does not persist as a stable condition, nor does it accumulate in a permanent form. It arises within experience, is processed within consciousness, and dissipates as conditions shift. Its transience is not a flaw in the system, but a defining feature of how consciousness operates within changing conditions. Within the broader philosophical framework established in previous sections, happiness and fulfillment do not override meaninglessness, nor do they contradict impermanence. Instead, they operate entirely within those constraints. They do not exist outside of the system of change, absence of inherent meaning, or structural indifference of reality. They are phenomena that occur within consciousness, not properties of existence itself. Ainus, nappiness, and tuitimit remain real as experiences, but not foundational as truths. They are temporary states within a continuously changing system, influenced by external conditions, internal interpretation, and self-generated frameworks of evaluation. Their value, if it is to be described at all, exists only within the moment of experience itself, not as a permanent feature of reality or existence. Love and human attachment. Love, within this framework of existence, is not treated as a purely abstract moral ideal or metaphysical force, but as a biological phenomenon deeply embedded within the structure of conscious life. It arises from neurological, hormonal, and evolutionary systems that govern attachment, bonding, and survival-oriented social behavior. In this sense, love is not external to existence nor separate from biological function. It is an expression of the same systems that allow consciousness to persist within a relational environment. However, despite its biological origin, love does not remain confined to instinct alone. It is shaped, directed, and interpreted through conscious awareness, which introduces variability in how it is experienced, expressed, and understood. This dual structure, biological foundation and conscious interpretation, produces a phenomenon that is both involuntary in origin and modifiable in expression. Love begins as a system response, but becomes layered with perception, memory, expectation, and interpretation. Within this structure, love is not something that passively occurs to consciousness, but something that consciousness actively participates in shaping. While its biological roots may trigger initial attachment, The continuation, direction, and reinforcement of love can be influenced by choice, attention, and sustained engagement. This creates a model in which love is neither fully predetermined nor fully spontaneous, but a hybrid state operating between instinct and conscious reinforcement. Attachment, within this system, is inseparable from love. The two are not distinct mechanisms, but intertwined expressions of the same underlying bonding process. Attachment provides continuity, while love provides emotional and cognitive reinforcement of that continuity. Separating the two becomes structurally difficult, as both rely on repeated exposure, shared experience, and emotional reinforcement loops that strengthen relational bonds over time. For many individuals, this inseparability creates both stability and vulnerability, as the same mechanisms that produce closeness also produce dependency. When compared across relational forms, romantic love and friendship-based love do not represent fundamentally separate systems, but variations of the same underlying mechanism expressed through different social contexts and intensities of attachment. Romantic structures often amplify exclusivity, emotional intensity, and long-term bonding expectations, while friendships tend to distribute attachment more broadly and with less exclusivity. Despite these differences in structure and expression, both arise from the same core system of human relational bonding. The stability of love over time is not absolute. Like all biological and psychological states, love is subject to change through environmental conditions, cognitive reinterpretation, and neurological adaptation. It can intensify, diminish, transform, or dissolve entirely depending on the conditions that sustain or alter the underlying attachment structure. This does not negate the reality of love while it exists, but it situates it within the same framework of impermanence that governs all conscious experience. Within this system, the question arises whether humans truly love others, or whether they primarily love the effects others produce within their internal experience. In many cases, love cannot be separated from the emotional, psychological, and sensory responses that another individual generates. The presence of another person becomes intertwined with the internal state they evoke, making it difficult to distinguish between loving the person as they are and loving the internal experience associated with them. This does not invalidate love, but it complicates its structure, revealing it as a composite of external presence and internal interpretation. Despite this complexity, love has the capacity to persist through extreme conditions, including separation, suffering, conflict, and loss. In documented human behavior, attachment bonds have been observed to endure even under conditions of trauma, deprivation, and prolonged absence. In extreme cases, such as wartime separation or captivity scenarios, individuals have maintained emotional attachment despite prolonged exposure to suffering and uncertainty. Historical accounts from conflicts, such as World War II, where individuals sustained emotional bonds across years of separation under extreme conditions, illustrate that love can persist even when external reinforcement is severely disrupted. However, such persistence does not imply stability in all cases. Rather, it demonstrates the resilience of attachment mechanisms under specific psychological conditions. Attachment itself functions as both a stabilizing and destabilizing force. On one hand, it creates emotional continuity and relational bonding that supports cooperation, trust, and shared experience. On the other hand, it introduces dependency, vulnerability, and emotional exposure that can become sources of distress when disrupted. For this reason, attachment is neither purely strength nor purely weakness, but a structural mechanism whose consequences depend heavily on context, intensity, and stability of the relationship in which it operates. Within social perception, attachment is often interpreted as a vulnerability because it introduces reliance on external conditions beyond individual control. However, it is also the foundation upon which meaningful social structures are built. Without attachment, sustained relational systems would not be possible. Thus, its classification as strength or weakness depends entirely on the framework through which it is evaluated. Love, within the system, is also deeply influenced by perception versus reality. In many cases, individuals do not form attachment solely to the objective characteristics of others, but to internalized representations shaped by expectation, projection, and interpretation. This is particularly pronounced in modern environments where limited or mediated interaction, such as online communication, can lead to idealized constructions of others that precede direct experience. In such cases, the internal model of a person may form before the actual person is fully known, creating a divergence between perceived and actual identity. This does not negate the existence of love, but it introduces a structural tension between reality-based attachment and perception-based idealization. From this perspective, love is not purely truth-based or illusion-based, but often a combination of both. It can contain accurate recognition of another individual while simultaneously incorporating projected qualities that are not present in reality. The balance between these elements varies widely across individuals and relationships, influencing both the stability and quality of the attachment. Within the broader framework of meaninglessness previously established, love does not attain inherent metaphysical privilege above other emotional or biological states. It is not structurally exempt from impermanence, nor is it assigned objective superiority within existence. Instead, its significance is determined entirely by the individual consciousness experiencing it. Some may assign it higher value than happiness, stability, or achievement, while others may interpret it as equivalent to or indistinguishable from other emotional states. In this framework, love and happiness may converge as overlapping expressions of biological and psychological response systems, differing primarily in structure and context rather than in fundamental nature. Thus, love and human attachment exist as biologically grounded, cognitively interpreted, and socially shaped phenomena that operate within the broader system of impermanence and constructed meaning. They are real as experiences, complex as systems, and variable in significance depending on the interpretive framework applied to them. They do not exist outside of existence as special exceptions, but as integrated components of conscious life operating under the same structural conditions as all other emotional and psychological states. When examined at greater depth, love reveals an additional structural layer. It does not remain static even while it is being experienced. Instead, it undergoes continuous internal recalibration based on exposure, memory reinforcement, and changing perception of the individual to whom attachment is directed. This means that love is not a singular state maintained over time, but a continuously updating system that reinterprets its own target as new information, emotional input, and environmental conditions are introduced. Within this dynamic, the identity of the person being loved is never fully fixed in the mind of the observer. Instead, it exists as a composite structure made up of direct experience, interpreted memory, emotional weighting, and projected expectation. These components do not remain stable. Memory shifts in emphasis, emotional intensity fluctuates, and expectation adjusts to align with or resist reality. As a result, the object of love is partially real and partially reconstructed continuously within consciousness. This introduces a structural divergence between relational reality and perceived continuity. Two individuals in a relationship are never interacting with fully accurate representations of each other. Instead, each is interacting with a cognitive reconstruction that approximates the other while being filtered through internal emotional architecture. This reconstruction is necessary for relational stability, but it also ensures that love always contains an interpretive layer that is not identical to objective reality. Over time, this interpretive layer can either converge toward reality through sustained interaction or diverge from it through idealization, distance, or emotional distortion. In cases of convergence, love becomes more grounded, less projected, and more structurally stable. In cases of divergence, love becomes increasingly dependent on internal representation rather than external confirmation, which can lead to fragmentation when reality fails to match expectation. Attachment intensifies this effect by binding emotional stability to the presence, behavior, or perceived state of another individual. This creates a dependency loop in which emotional equilibrium becomes partially externalized. The presence of another person functions not only as a source of emotional experience, but also as a regulatory mechanism for internal stability. When that presence is altered, removed, or destabilized, the internal system must reorganize itself, often under conditions of emotional stress. In extreme cases of separation, loss, or relational rupture, this system undergoes forced recalibration. The emotional bond does not immediately disappear. Instead, it persists as an unresolved structural pattern that gradually decays or transforms over time. This persistence explains why attachment can survive even when external reinforcement is completely removed. The internal structure continues to reference the absent connection until either reinterpretation or emotional dissociation reduces its influence. There are documented human conditions where attachment persists under extreme deprivation, isolation, or trauma, reinforcing the structural resilience of bonding systems. Historical accounts of prolonged wartime separation, captivity, or forced displacement demonstrate that emotional attachment can remain active even in the absence of consistent interaction or confirmation. However, this persistence does not indicate stability. It indicates inertia within the emotional system that resists immediate collapse even under conditions that would logically suggest severance. At the same time, attachment is not infinitely resilient. Under sufficient pressure, prolonged disconnection, or repeated emotional contradiction, the structure can degrade, fragment, or reorganize into new forms of attachment or detachment. This process is not uniform across individuals, as differences in cognitive structure, emotional regulation, and prior conditioning significantly influence how attachment dissolves or transforms. Another structural feature of love is its tendency to bind identity perception to relational context. In deeply embedded attachments, individuals may partially define themselves through the existence of the other person. This creates a relational identity layer in which the self is partially constructed through connection rather than existing in isolation. When attachment is disrupted, this secondary identity layer destabilizes, requiring reconstruction of self-concept independent of the lost relational reference point. This demonstrates that love is not only a bond between two individuals, but also a structural integration of identity systems. Each individual becomes partially embedded within the other's interpretive framework, creating overlapping identity structures that persist as long as the attachment remains active. When the bond dissolves, these overlapping structures do not immediately disappear. They must be gradually disentangled, often leaving residual cognitive and emotional traces. Within this framework, love cannot be reduced to either illusion or truth exclusively. Instead, it exists as a layered system in which truth and interpretation coexist simultaneously. The truth of the other individual exists externally, while the interpretation of that individual exists internally. Love operates in the space between these two domains, continuously negotiating between reality and internal construction. This negotiation is not stable. It shifts as new experiences are added, as memory reconfigures emphasis, and as emotional needs change over time. In some cases, love becomes increasingly aligned with reality through repeated correction of internal projections. In other cases, it becomes increasingly detached from reality, sustained primarily through internal reinforcement rather than external confirmation. Despite these complexities, love retains its dialogical foundation as a binding mechanism that supports relational continuity. However, it is not reducible to biology alone, because consciousness actively participates in shaping how attachment is interpreted, maintained, or dissolved. This creates a dual structure in which love is simultaneously automatic in origin and constructed in expression. Within the broader philosophical system of impermanence and constructed meaning, love does not occupy a privileged ontological position. It is not exempt from decay, reinterpretation, or dissolution. It is subject to the same conditions of change that govern all conscious experience. However, its subjective intensity often elevates it above other experiences in perceived importance, even though structurally it remains part of the same system of transient states. Ultimately, love is best understood not as a fixed emotion or singular phenomenon, but as a continuously evolving relational system that integrates biology, perception, memory, identity, and interpretation into a temporary structure of attachment. It exists fully within the domain of consciousness, operates through both stability and distortion, and persists only as long as the underlying conditions that sustain it remain active. Death and finality. Death, within this framework of existence, is understood not as transition into continuation, but as the complete termination of conscious experience. It is the final structural boundary of awareness, marking the point at which subjective experience ceases entirely without continuation, persistence, or transformation into another experiential state. Within this interpretation, death is not a passage, but an endpoint without experiential extension beyond itself. However, this conceptualization does not exist in abstraction alone. For consciousness, the idea of death is not merely a philosophical construct, but a persistent psychological reality that begins forming long before intellectual maturity. In some cases, awareness of death emerges at an extremely early stage of cognitive development, producing an existential disruption that precedes the ability to fully process or contextualize it. In this specific case, the confrontation with mortality emerged at approximately 6 years of age, during early developmental experience within a familial environment. the attempt to conceptualize what it would mean for consciousness to cease entirely, particularly the idea of an experienceless existence or complete absence of awareness, produced an early existential rupture. This rupture was not based on academic understanding, but on raw intuitive confrontation with the impossibility of imagining non-experience from within experience itself. The result was a destabilization of early conceptual frameworks of life, existence, and continuity, forming an early existential crisis that would persist in varying forms throughout later development. This early confrontation with mortality establishes a structural pattern in which death is not abstractly distant, but cognitively embedded as a recurring point of reference throughout life. Even as understanding deepens through later philosophical exposure, the foundational psychological imprint of early confrontation remains significant, shaping how mortality is perceived, processed, and emotionally integrated. From a structural perspective, death is not an event experienced by the individual in any conscious sense. It is the cessation of the system that allows experience itself. There is no internal perspective from which death is observed, only the cessation of perspective entirely. This creates a unique epistemological boundary. Death can be conceptualized, anticipated, and inferred, but never directly experienced by the subject undergoing it. Therefore, all knowledge of death remains indirect by necessity. Within this framework, death is interpreted as reinforcing the broader condition of meaninglessness. If all conscious experience terminates without continuation, preservation, or external evaluative structure, then all accumulated experience ultimately resolves into non-persistence. The totality of life, regardless of complexity, intensity, or duration, concludes in the same condition: absence of experience. From this standpoint, death does not differentiate between types of lives or experiences in terms of final outcome, reinforcing a structural equivalence at the point of termination. Despite this, awareness of death does not remain uniformly abstract in daily life. Many individuals operate within cognitive frameworks that minimize or suppress continuous awareness of mortality, allowing functional engagement with daily structures without persistent existential interference. This suppression is not necessarily ignorance, but a psychological adaptation that allows operational stability within systems that would otherwise be destabilized by constant awareness of finality. However, in cases where mortality is persistently acknowledged from an early age, this suppression does not fully develop in the same manner. Instead, awareness of death becomes integrated into baseline cognition, influencing interpretation of time, value, and experience. This creates a persistent awareness of finitude that shapes perception even when not actively considered. The nature of death as complete cessation also eliminates the possibility of post-experiential evaluation. There is no framework within which death can be reflected upon by the individual who undergoes it. As a result, all philosophical interpretations of death remain confined to living consciousness and cannot extend beyond the boundary they attempt to describe. Within the system, identity is fully terminated at death. There is no continuation of subjective awareness, no persistence of self beyond biological cessation, and no transfer of experiential continuity into another state. Any perceived continuation exists only in external systems, memory in others, structural influence on the world, or informational residue, but none of these constitute continuation of conscious experience itself. They are external echoes, not internal persistence. Despite this, death remains universally applicable without exception. No structure, regardless of power, wealth, technological advancement, or philosophical positioning, is exempt from eventual termination. Even theoretical attempts at biological or technological extension of life do not resolve the broader condition of universal finitude. Any extension of individual existence would still operate within a larger system that itself is subject to decay, transformation, or eventual cosmic termination. As long as the containing system is finite, true immortality remains structurally impossible. Within this context, death is neither morally weighted nor selectively distributed. It is not structured according to fairness, justice, or proportionality. It operates as a neutral boundary condition applicable to all conscious systems equally. No individual is exempt, and no evaluative system alters its inevitability. It exists outside the domain of fairness entirely, as fairness requires comparative structure, while death operates as universal termination without differentiation. The awareness of mortality also alters how life itself is interpreted. When death is understood as inevitable and absolute, the structure of life is no longer perceived as open-ended, but as temporally bounded. This recognition influences how actions, priorities, and interpretations are framed within lived experience. However, this influence does not necessarily result in disengagement. Instead, it creates a tension between awareness of finitude and continued participation within existence. In this context, philosophical reflection on death has historically produced divergent responses. One perspective, attributed to classical philosophical traditions, such as those associated with Socratic thought, frames mortality in dual conditionality. If there is no continuation beyond death, then release from suffering is complete. If there is continuation, then it becomes an extension into further inquiry or existence. This dual framing reduces existential finality into interpretive openness, even while acknowledging uncertainty. Within the present framework, however, death remains defined not by uncertainty of continuation, but by structural termination of experience. The emphasis is not placed on what may follow, but on the cessation itself as a definitive boundary of consciousness. From this perspective, value becomes decoupled from permanence. If all experience concludes in non-experience, then value cannot be grounded in persistence beyond death. Instead, value exists only within the span of experience itself, without requirement for continuation or external validation beyond its duration. This does not create intrinsic meaning within death, but instead reinforces the separation between lived experience and final cessation. Nevertheless, awareness of death does not eliminate engagement with life. Instead, it situates all engagement within a finite structure that continues regardless of its eventual termination. Consciousness continues to operate within its boundaries, interpreting, reacting, and experiencing, even while fully aware that such experience is temporary and ultimately non-continuing. Thus, death functions as both a conceptual endpoint and a structural certainty. It does not assign meaning, it does not evaluate experience, and it does not differentiate between lives. It simply marks the final cessation of conscious existence, within which all interpretation, value, and experience are contained and ultimately concluded. Beyond its definition as cessation, death exerts a continuous structural influence on consciousness while it is still active. It functions not only as an endpoint, but as a persistent reference point that silently organizes how time, action, and value are interpreted. This influence does not require constant conscious attention. Instead, it operates as a background constraint embedded within awareness itself. Every decision, whether acknowledged or not, exists within a framework in which eventual termination is guaranteed. This produces a unique cognitive condition in which life is experienced forward, but understood in reverse projection. Consciousness moves through time as if it were open-ended, yet simultaneously contains implicit knowledge that all forward motion leads toward cessation. This creates a structural tension between immediate experience and abstract certainty, where lived continuity and conceptual finality coexist without resolution. Within this tension, fear of death and acceptance of death are not mutually exclusive states, but overlapping configurations of the same awareness. Fear arises from the instinctive resistance of biological systems to termination, while acceptance emerges from cognitive recognition of inevitability. These states can coexist within a single consciousness without contradiction, as they operate on different layers of processing, instinctual and interpretive. As a result, an individual can simultaneously understand death as certain, while still experiencing emotional resistance to that certainty. Over time, repeated contemplation of mortality can alter the balance between these layers. Early exposure to existential awareness, particularly at a formative age, can embed mortality as a foundational interpretive structure rather than a distant conceptual endpoint. When this occurs, death is not integrated as an abstract philosophical idea learned later in life, but as an early cognitive constant that shapes perception of time, stability, and permanence from the beginning of conscious reflection. This early embedding of mortality creates a distinct mode of perception in which life is never fully detached from its endpoint. Even in moments of stability or engagement, there remains an underlying awareness that all states are temporary and will eventually dissolve. This does not necessarily prevent participation in life, but it alters the framing of that participation, situating it within a continuously finite horizon rather than an open-ended one. From a structural standpoint, death also functions as the ultimate equalizing condition within existence. Regardless of the complexity, achievement, suffering, or structure of any individual life, the terminal condition remains identical across all instances of consciousness cessation. This does not imply moral equality or experiential equivalence during life, but it establishes a uniformity at the level of termination. All differentiation collapses at the boundary of non-experience, where no further distinction is possible. However, this equalization does not extend backward into lived experience. The path toward that endpoint is not uniform, and the conditions leading to it vary dramatically across individuals, environments, and systems. Therefore, death unifies outcomes but not trajectories. It compresses all variance into a single endpoint without altering the diversity of paths that lead there. The recognition of this structure often produces a dual psychological response. On one hand, there is the stabilization that comes from understanding inevitability. On the other, there is the destabilization that arises from recognizing that all structures, regardless of duration or intensity, terminate without continuation. These responses do not resolve each other. Instead, they coexist as parallel interpretations of the same condition. Within this framework, existential distress is not necessarily a failure of understanding, but a direct consequence of awareness itself. Consciousness that recognizes its own termination is placed in a position where it must operate within a system that it knows will end. This creates a form of recursive awareness in which life is experienced from within while simultaneously being understood as finite from without. Despite this, the awareness of death does not eliminate the functioning of life. Consciousness continues to process, interpret, and engage with experience regardless of its knowledge of termination. This continuation suggests that awareness of death does not override biological or psychological continuity, but coexists with it without resolving its tension. In this sense, life is not structured as a system designed to avoid death, nor as one designed to resolve its implications. Instead, it is a system in which awareness of termination is embedded within ongoing experience without functional resolution. The result is a persistent coexistence between motion and endpoint, between continuity and cessation. Ultimately, death does not act upon life in a temporal sense until the moment of termination itself, but it acts upon interpretation throughout the entirety of life. It shapes perception not by altering events, but by framing their finitude. Every experience is implicitly bounded, not by immediate awareness of ending, but by the structural certainty that ending exists as the final condition of all experience. Thus, death is not only the end of consciousness, but also the silent structure that defines its limits while it is still active. It does not interrupt life. It defines the horizon within which life is continuously unfolding. When examined beyond its role as an endpoint, death also functions as the final dissolution of all structured identity. Identity, as it exists during life, is a continuous process maintained through memory, perception, and ongoing cognitive reinforcement. It is not a static object, but a sustained pattern of interpretation. Death interrupts this process not by transforming identity, but by removing the system that maintains it. As a result, identity does not persist, evolve, or transfer. It simply ceases to be instantiated. This introduces a critical distinction between existence of identity during life and absence of identity after death. During life, identity is constantly reconstructed moment by moment through perception and memory integration. After death, there is no reconstruction process, no continuity mechanism, and no experiential substrate upon which identity could persist. The absence of consciousness removes the only system capable of sustaining identity, meaning that identity is entirely dependent on ongoing awareness. From this perspective, death is not only cessation of experience, but cessation of the entire interpretive framework that produces continuity of self. Without memory being actively experienced, there is no past self being referenced. Without perception, there is no present self. Without projection, there is no future self. All temporal dimensions of identity collapse simultaneously because they only exist as functions within conscious processing. His creates a structural condition in which death does not merely end life, but erases the conditions under which life can be referenced at all from the perspective of the individual experiencing it. There is no residual awareness of loss, no awareness of absence, and no framework in which termination is registered. Instead, there is simply no continuation of the system that would register anything. Within this structure, the fear of death can be understood as a phenomenon occurring entirely within life, not as a response to death itself. Since death contains no experiential content, fear of it cannot arise from death as an event, but only from the anticipation of its cessation effect while still alive. This means that all emotional responses to death are projections occurring within life, based on the cognitive ability to simulate absence while still being present. This also clarifies why death remains conceptually accessible but experientially inaccessible. Consciousness can simulate absence only as an approximation, never as direct experience. Any attempt to imagine non-experience still occurs within experience, which produces a structural contradiction. Awareness attempting to model its own absence while necessarily remaining present. Over time, repeated engagement with this contradiction does not resolve it, but stabilizes it as a cognitive boundary. Death becomes not an answerable question, but a fixed limit of interpretive capacity. It is understood not through resolution, but through recognition of its structural irreducibility. Within the broader system of existence, death also functions as the final point at which all constructed systems lose relevance. Social structures, economic systems, relational networks, achievements, failures, and identities all cease to have operative significance once consciousness ends. This does not diminish their relevance during life, but it establishes their scope as entirely dependent on lived experience. Outside of consciousness, these systems have no functional persistence for the individual who once participated in them. This introduces a further implication. All meaning assigned to events, actions, or outcomes exists strictly within the timeframe of consciousness. After death, there is no system capable of retaining or evaluating meaning from the perspective of the individual. Meaning does not transition beyond consciousness because the mechanism that generates meaning no longer exists. From this standpoint, death does not merely end life. It renders all internal constructs temporally bounded. Every belief, value, attachment, and interpretation exists entirely within the duration of awareness and is dissolved at its termination without remainder for the experiencing subject. However, this does not affect the structural continuity of the external world. Reality continues independently of individual consciousness, but the relationship between the individual and that reality is permanently severed at death. The world persists, but the observer does not. This separation is absolute from the perspective of experience, as there is no mechanism by which the terminated consciousness can reconnect with or observe ongoing existence. Thus, death introduces a final asymmetry. The world continues without the individual, but the individual has no capacity to register that continuation. The continuity of external systems becomes irrelevant to the consciousness that has ended, because relevance itself requires a functioning observer. In this way, death does not interact with life as an opposing force, but as a boundary condition that defines the limits of all interaction. It is not present within life, but it determines the endpoint at which all structures of life lose applicability. It is not experienced, but it defines the cessation of all experience. It is not integrated into consciousness, but it defines the point at which integration itself becomes impossible. Therefore, death remains the final structural condition of existence as experienced from within. The irreversible termination of awareness, identity, interpretation, and continuity, without transition, remainder, or continuation beyond the point at which consciousness ceases to operate. Beyond the structural definition of death as cessation, there exists a deeper epistemic limitation embedded within consciousness itself, the paradox of knowing that one will not be able to know death. This creates a unique form of cognitive boundary in which the mind can fully comprehend the concept of non-experience, yet cannot ever convert that concept into actual experience. Death is therefore understood as an event that eliminates the very system required to observe it. This produces an epistemic collapse condition in which awareness can approach the idea of its own absence, but can never cross into it. This paradox is not simply a philosophical abstraction, but a structural feature of consciousness itself. All attempts to conceptualize death occur within living cognition, meaning that even the most accurate understanding of non-experience is still processed as experience. As a result, death becomes the only known condition that cannot be internally validated, tested, or directly verified from the perspective of the subject. It remains permanently outside the boundaries of experiential confirmation, not due to lack of information, but due to structural incompatibility between awareness and its own termination. From this limitation emerges a second phenomenon, the construction of legacy systems as a response to non-continuation. Humans, aware that they will not persist consciously, often generate symbolic or structural extensions of themselves that are intended to outlast their biological existence. These include memory, recorded achievements, social influence, written work, physical creations, and cultural impact. However, these systems do not represent survival of the individual. Instead, they represent the continuation of external structures that once interacted with the individual. The motivation behind legacy creation is not biological continuation, but psychological resistance to discontinuity. Consciousness, unable to extend itself forward in time, redirects its influence into systems that are capable of persistence. In doing so, it creates a symbolic approximation of survival without actual continuity of experience. This generates a structural distinction between persistence and existence. Something can persist in the world without existing as an experiencing subject. Legacy belongs entirely to the category of persistence without consciousness. It is the continuation of effect, not continuation of being. Within this framework, the illusion of post-death continuity becomes apparent. Memory, impact, and name survival are often interpreted as forms of ongoing existence, but each operates through external systems that do not preserve the original consciousness in any form. Memory is a continuously updated reconstruction within living minds. Impact is causal continuation independent of awareness. Names are symbolic labels detached from their originating subject over time. None of these mechanisms contain subjective experience, yet they are often interpreted as extensions of identity. Memory, in particular, produces the strongest illusion of continuity because it simulates presence within another consciousness. However, this simulation is unstable and subject to constant revision. As time progresses, memory becomes less precise, more abstract, and more shaped by interpretation than by original experience. The remembered individual gradually transitions from a specific lived reality into a simplified cognitive construct, shaped by narrative, emotion, and contextual change within the remembering mind. Impact operates differently, but produces a similar illusion. Because effects of an individual's actions can persist long after death, there is a tendency to associate continuation of effect with continuation of self. However, causality does not require the persistence of identity. The world continues to respond to prior conditions without requiring the continued existence of the agent that initiated them. The persistence of outcomes is not evidence of ongoing presence, but evidence of irreversible influence. Names represent the most abstract form of this illusion. While memory and impact are tied to cognitive or causal systems, names operate purely symbolically. Over time, names detach from their original reference and become compressed representations used within cultural or historical frameworks. The original complexity of the individual is reduced into symbolic shorthand, often serving purposes unrelated to the actual lived experience of the person. At this stage, the name no longer functions as a representation of identity, but as a label within external systems of communication. Ochsner, these three mechanisms create a layered illusion of continuation. Memory creates perceived presence, impact creates perceived ongoing influence, and names create perceived identity persistence. Yet none of these mechanisms preserve consciousness itself. They operate entirely within systems external to the individual and do not contain any experiential continuity. Thus, post-death continuity is not a continuation of existence, but a continuation of interpretation. The individual does not persist. Only representations, consequences, and symbols persist within systems that remain active after the termination of consciousness. The distinction between being remembered and being present is therefore absolute. One is a function of surviving systems, the other is a function of awareness, and only one of these survives death. Despite full intellectual recognition that post-death continuity is structurally false in terms of conscious experience, humans often maintain a persistent emotional dependency on its illusion. This dependency does not arise from ignorance of mortality, but from the psychological incompatibility between cognitive understanding and experiential acceptance of non-existence. The mind can comprehend that consciousness ends, yet it cannot emotionally simulate the state of being without itself. As a result, symbolic continuations such as memory, legacy, and influence become substitutes for an experience that cannot actually be had. Persistence beyond termination. This creates a structural contradiction in human cognition. On one level, there is full recognition that identity ceases entirely at death. On another level, there is an emotional resistance to this conclusion that generates alternative frameworks of continuity. These frameworks are not believed in as literal extensions of consciousness, but are still emotionally engaged as if they provide partial compensation for termination. This is where the illusion sustains itself, not through false belief, but through emotional necessity operating independently of intellectual conclusion. Humans do not require the illusion of continuation because it is true, but because it softens the cognitive impact of absolute discontinuity. The idea that something remains, whether memory, impact, or symbolic presence, creates a psychological buffer between existence and non-existence. This buffer does not alter the reality of death, but it alters the emotional relationship to it while still alive. In this sense, the illusion is functional rather than factual. Within this structure, legacy emerges as one of the most powerful mechanisms for stabilizing the perception of continuity. Legacy allows individuals to project influence forward in time beyond their own lifespan, creating a perceived extension of agency into the future. However, this perceived extension is not actual participation in future events, but a retrospective attribution of causality. The individual is not present in the continuation of effects, they are only retrospectively identified as the origin point. This creates what can be described as a false sense of control over time. By constructing legacy, individuals simulate the idea that their actions can extend their presence beyond death. This produces the impression that influence equals continuation. However, influence does not require persistence of self. It only requires prior existence. Once the action is complete, its consequences unfold independently of the actor. Thus, legacy is not control over future time, but delayed irreversibility of past action. Even so, legacy remains psychologically compelling because it reorganizes the relationship between finitude and significance. If nothing persists after death, then meaning appears confined to a narrow temporal window. Legacy expands this window conceptually by allowing actions performed within life to echo beyond it, even if the originator does not. This does not extend existence, but it extends narrative framing of existence. At a deeper level, this reveals a structural need within consciousness to resist absolute finality through symbolic continuation. The mind constructs systems that allow aspects of identity to be externally encoded into the world, even though the internal experience that defines identity cannot be transferred. This is not a failure of logic, but a limitation of experiential architecture. Consciousness can only exist in the present system that generates it and cannot project itself beyond that system's termination. Therefore, legacy, memory, and name survival operate as interpretive extensions rather than existential continuations. They preserve traces, not presence. They maintain references, not awareness. They allow others to reconstruct versions of the individual, but they do not preserve the subjective experience that constituted the individual in life. In this way, post-death continuity is structurally fragmented into three layers: reconstructed memory within other minds, causal continuation of effects in external systems, and symbolic persistence through names and records. Each layer provides an appearance of continuity, but none provide continuity of consciousness itself. The gap between these layers and actual experience is absolute. Death, when fully reduced to its structural essence, is not transformation, transition, or passage. It is the termination of the system that allows all of those concepts to exist. It is not experienced, not observed, and not processed by the subject undergoing it. It is only ever encountered indirectly, as anticipation while alive and as absence once complete. All philosophical frameworks surrounding death ultimately operate within life, not beyond it. Every interpretation, fear, acceptance, or reconstruction of meaning is generated by a system that is still active. Once that system ceases, there is no remaining perspective from which any interpretation can continue. Death, therefore, does not contain meaning, because meaning itself is a function of consciousness, and consciousness does not persist into it. What remains after death is not experience, identity, or awareness, but only external continuation of systems that were once influenced by that awareness. These continuations do not preserve the self, only traces of interaction with the world. The distinction is absolute. Continuation of effect is not continuation of existence. Thus, death stands as the final structural boundary of all conscious life. It does not negotiate, does not evaluate, and does not differentiate. It simply marks the end of the only condition under which anything can be experienced at all. Within that boundary, all meaning, attachment, suffering, happiness, identity, and thought exist temporarily, without permanence, and without extension beyond their own duration. Life is not invalidated by this condition, it is defined by it. And in that definition, death is not an event within life. It is the condition that ensures life can only ever exist as something that ends. Part 3: Civilization. The origin of human groups. Human groups, at their most fundamental level, emerge from a convergence of three structural forces: survival necessity, mechanisms of control, and the construction of shared meaning. These forces do not operate independently, but intertwine in varying proportions depending on environmental pressure, resource availability, and psychological tolerance for isolation. Within this framework, civilization is not a singular invention, but a layered response to the instability of individual existence. At the base level, group formation is driven by survival logic. Humans, like other biological organisms, form clusters that increase the probability of continued existence under environmental pressure. However, unlike non-conscious systems, human grouping is not purely instinctual. It is shaped by awareness, anticipation, and abstraction. This introduces control as a secondary but persistent force. Groups do not only form to survive, they form to regulate behavior, distribute resources, and stabilize unpredictability within the system of multiple individuals interacting simultaneously. Meaning-making emerges as the third structural component. When individuals exist within groups, shared narratives become necessary to stabilize cohesion. These narratives do not necessarily reflect objective reality, but function as binding frameworks that reduce internal fragmentation. Religion, ideology, cultural identity, and moral systems often arise from this need for coherence rather than from objective truth. In this sense, meaning within groups is not discovered, but constructed to maintain structural stability. Within this structure, hierarchical organization appears not as an exception, but as a recurring outcome. Social hierarchies are not uniquely human inventions. They are extensions of biological systems observed across animal behavior. However, in humans, hierarchy becomes abstracted into symbolic and institutional forms. While other species may establish dominant structures through direct physical interaction, humans extend these systems into governance, economics, law, and cultural authority. This abstraction does not remove biological roots, it amplifies them into complex systems of control. Civilization, therefore, is not a departure from nature, but a scaling of natural patterns into increasingly complex frameworks. While it holds the theoretical potential to improve stability, coordination, and quality of life, its actual development is shaped heavily by systems of governance and resource distribution. In modern conditions, particularly within capitalist and institutional frameworks, civilization often amplifies inequality, stress, and systemic pressure rather than resolving them. This does not negate its capability for improvement, but highlights its current structural tendency toward imbalance. Cooperation within human systems is not the default state, but a conditional one. It arises when alignment of interest exists, or when external systems enforce coordinated behavior. In the absence of such alignment, conflict emerges more naturally as individuals and groups compete for resources, influence, and stability. This suggests that cooperation is not the fundamental state of humanity, but a stabilized outcome produced under specific conditions. Human grouping is also strongly driven by avoidance of isolation. While some individuals may find stability or even preference in isolation, most systems are structured around a fear of disconnection from group identity. Isolation removes access to shared meaning systems, emotional reinforcement structures, and survival networks, making it a destabilizing condition for many. However, individual variance exists, and some consciousness structures are capable of maintaining stability without sustained social integration. Moral systems within groups are not universal truths, but constructed enforcement frameworks. They emerge from shared agreement, cultural reinforcement, and institutional repetition rather than objective moral reality. In some cases, these systems become rigid to the point where deviation from group-defined morality is treated as existential threat to cohesion. This produces environments in which moral disagreement is not treated as variance of perspective, but as violation of group identity itself. Certain religious and ideological structures demonstrate this pattern clearly, where deviation from prescribed belief systems is treated as invalidation of moral standing entirely. From a structural perspective, power hierarchies are not accidental but inevitable in any sufficiently large system. As groups expand, coordination requires delegation, enforcement, and prioritization of decision-making authority. This produces layered structures of influence that persist regardless of naming conventions or ideological framing. Whether labeled as tribal leadership, monarchy, governance, or modern political systems, the underlying function remains consistent: distribution and control of authority within a large collective system. Historical progression does not eliminate these structures, it reconfigures them. Across time, systems of authority evolve in form but not in fundamental function. Titles, institutions, and symbolic frameworks change, but the underlying dynamic of structured influence remains stable. This suggests continuity rather than transformation in the nature of human organization. Individuality within these systems does not weaken group structure. It strengthens it by increasing functional diversity. Individual variation allows for specialization, innovation, and adaptive response within larger systems. However, this individuality is still embedded within collective structures and does not operate independently of them in most cases. The system depends on individuality while simultaneously constraining it within organizational boundaries. If humans had never developed large-scale group structures beyond small tribal systems, the nature of meaning, suffering, and identity would likely be fundamentally different. Without large-scale abstraction of power, morality, and economic systems, the complexity of modern existential experience would not exist in its current form. However, such a scenario remains hypothetical, as the trajectory of human development has consistently moved toward increasing scale, abstraction, and systemic complexity. Thus, human groups are not deviations from natural order, but expressions of it at increasing levels of abstraction. They are formed through overlapping forces of survival necessity, control structures, and meaning construction, and persist because these forces remain active across all scales of human existence. Government and authority. Government, within this framework, is not understood as a necessary structure for human stability, but as a byproduct of large-scale coordination systems that naturally evolve into mechanisms of control. Rather than emerging as a purely protective or organizing force, governance structures develop as layered responses to the difficulty of managing large populations, resource distribution, and behavioral regulation across expanding societies. In this sense, government is not positioned as an essential foundation of civilization, but as a structural consequence of scale. Authority within these systems does not originate from moral legitimacy or inherent qualification, but from a process of acquisition, consolidation, and reinforcement. It is not inherently earned in a moral sense, nor purely assigned through objective merit. Instead, authority emerges through systems of influence, resource control, and structural positioning, and is later justified through institutional narratives that retroactively frame it as legitimate. This creates a separation between the origin of authority and the explanation of authority, where justification often follows power rather than preceding it. Within this structure, governments do not primarily function as neutral protectors of populations. Instead, they operate as large-scale systems oriented toward stability, expansion, and continuity of the governing structure itself. This often includes prioritization of economic growth and institutional preservation, even when such priorities conflict with individual well-being. From this perspective, governance systems behave less like neutral arbiters and more like self-preserving entities within a larger social ecosystem. Power within governmental structures is not neutral in its effects on individuals who hold it. Rather than being corrupted by power, individuals in positions of authority often reveal or amplify pre-existing tendencies that are enabled and reinforced by the structure of power itself. The system does not merely influence behavior. It provides conditions in which certain behavioral patterns become more likely, more sustainable, and less constrained by external accountability. Fairness within large-scale governance systems is not treated as a stable or achievable endpoint. The complexity of human systems, combined with competing interests, resource limitations, and structural biases, makes consistent fairness across all participants structurally unattainable. What is labeled as fairness often functions as a negotiated compromise between competing systems of interest rather than an absolute principle applied uniformly. Legal systems similarly do not function as direct reflections of morality in any objective sense. Instead, laws emerge as codified expressions of what a society is capable of enforcing at a given time. They reflect negotiated power structures, economic incentives, and institutional priorities rather than universal moral truths. In many cases, legal frameworks disproportionately reflect the interests of those with greater access to influence, resources, or institutional leverage, reinforcing systemic imbalance under the appearance of structured order. Democracy, within this interpretation, is not fundamentally distinct from other systems of rule, but represents a distributed form of hierarchical control. While it disperses decision-making authority across a broader population, it does not eliminate the existence of power structures. It reorganizes them into more complex, layered systems of influence. Historical examples, including early democratic systems, such as those in ancient Greece and Rome, demonstrate that even distributed governance structures are subject to internal instability, inequality, and eventual structural collapse or transformation. These examples are not treated as failures of isolated systems, but as evidence of recurring patterns within large-scale governance itself. Freedom within modern systems is often framed as a voluntary trade-off for stability, but in practice, this trade-off is not evenly chosen. Structural conditions, particularly those tied to economic survival, employment systems, and social expectation, impose constraints that shape perceived choice. As a result, individuals may appear to willingly exchange autonomy for stability, while in reality operating within systems where alternatives are limited by design or circumstance. This creates a condition in which perceived consent and structural compulsion overlap. Governments function in both reactive and directive capacities, but neither role is pure. They respond to social pressures while simultaneously shaping the conditions under which those pressures emerge. This creates a feedback loop between governance and society, where each continuously influences the other. In some cases, this loop reinforces stability. In others, it amplifies systemic tension, inequality, or authoritarian tendencies depending on the structure and incentives of the governing system. If governmental structures were removed entirely, the assumption that chaos would necessarily follow is not structurally guaranteed. Human systems naturally reorganize into new forms of hierarchy, coordination, and resource distribution, even in the absence of formal governance. Stability or instability in such a scenario would depend on environmental conditions, population density, resource availability, and pre-existing social structures rather than on the presence of formal government alone. In some interpretations, localized stability could emerge through smaller-scale systems of organization, while large-scale coordination would become more fragmented. Thus, government and authority are not fixed moral or structural necessities, but emergent systems that arise from the scaling of human groups beyond direct interpersonal coordination. They persist not because they are inherently optimal, but because they represent one of the few functional configurations capable of managing complexity at scale. However, their persistence does not imply neutrality, fairness, or inevitability of benefit to all participants within the system. Within the critique of governance structures, there exists a further conceptual layer that does not merely reject existing systems, but attempts to redefine the conditions under which human organization could exist with minimal coercive hierarchy. This framework can be described as managed anarchy, not as chaos, and not as the absence of structure, but as a system in which authority is decentralized to the point where its legitimacy is derived from direct human necessity rather than institutional preservation. In this model, anarchy does not represent disorder, but the removal of artificial hierarchical separation between human beings and the systems that govern their lives. It is not the absence of coordination, but the absence of imposed vertical authority structures that prioritize institutional survival over human well-being. The core principle is the inversion of modern governance logic. Instead of humans existing to sustain systems, systems exist only insofar as they directly serve humans. Managed anarchy, in this sense, does not deny the existence of structure. Rather, it rejects permanence of authority. Any system that exists must remain conditional, temporary, and continuously justified through direct functional benefit to individuals rather than abstract institutional goals. Authority, if it exists at all, becomes situational rather than permanent, emerging only in response to immediate necessity and dissolving once that necessity no longer exists. Within this framework, the human being becomes the foundational unit of priority, not as an isolated individual detached from others, but as the primary reference point for all systemic design. This includes the rejection of corporate and political entities as primary decision-making structures when their incentives diverge from human well-being. In traditional governance systems, institutions often develop self-preserving behaviors that prioritize growth, stability, or influence of the system itself. In managed anarchy, such self-referential systems are considered structural distortions rather than necessary outcomes. This does not imply uniformity of belief, identity, or worldview. On the contrary, managed anarchy requires maximal tolerance for difference at the individual level, because the absence of rigid centralized control allows for coexistence of conflicting perspectives without enforced homogenization. The system does not resolve ideological difference through suppression or dominance, but through separation of authority from belief. In such a structure, disagreement does not necessitate conflict, because no single belief system is granted absolute institutional control over others. Within this interpretation, even deeply conflicting philosophical, religious, or cultural positions can coexist without structural collapse, provided that none are allowed to evolve into totalizing systems of coercive control over others. This is where the distinction between governance and domination becomes critical. Governance, in its traditional form, often merges coordination with authority, whereas managed anarchy attempts to separate coordination from domination entirely. Religion, ideology, and cultural systems in this framework are treated as personal or collective expressions rather than governing forces. They may guide behavior, identity, and community formation, but they do not possess inherent legitimacy to impose universal behavioral structures across all individuals. This separation is essential to maintaining a system where human beings remain primary, rather than secondary to institutional belief systems. Managed anarchy also implies a restructuring of responsibility. Without centralized authority enforcing behavioral norms, responsibility becomes distributed and contextual rather than imposed. Individuals retain autonomy over their actions, but also bear direct consequence within localized systems rather than abstracted institutional frameworks. This removes the buffering effect of large-scale governance structures that often dilute direct accountability through bureaucratic distance. However, this model does not assume human perfection or universal cooperation. Instead, it acknowledges conflict as an inherent feature of human systems while attempting to prevent that conflict from becoming centralized into permanent hierarchical domination structures. Conflict exists, but does not crystallize into irreversible authority. In this sense, managed anarchy is not the elimination of control, but the continuous redistribution of control away from permanent institutions and toward temporary, necessity-based structures that dissolve once their function is complete. Authority becomes procedural rather than possessive, and governance becomes an emergent property of immediate human need rather than an enduring system of rule. Ultimately, this framework positions itself as an attempt to reconcile two competing realities: the inevitability of structure in human societies and the persistent tendency of those structures to drift toward self-preservation at the expense of the individuals they are meant to serve. Managed anarchy does not claim to resolve this tension permanently, but to minimize the distance between human need and systemic response, while preventing the solidification of authority into permanent hierarchy. To move managed anarchy from conceptual philosophy into functional structure, it must be examined as a system of operational constraints rather than ideological aspiration. At its core, such a system would rely on decentralized coordination mechanisms that allow human needs to be met without requiring permanent hierarchical authority structures. In practical terms, resource distribution within a managed anarchy model cannot rely on centralized ownership or enforced top-down allocation. Instead, it would operate through localized nodes of coordination, where resources are managed at the smallest effective scale capable of responding to immediate human need. These nodes would not function as permanent governing bodies, but as temporary organizational structures formed around demand, geography, and situational necessity. Once the need is resolved, the structure dissolves rather than institutionalizes itself. This prevents accumulation of structural inertia, where systems begin to exist for their own preservation rather than for their original purpose. In traditional governance systems, resource distribution often becomes entangled with administrative preservation, creating layers of bureaucracy that persist independently of the original human need they were designed to address. Managed anarchy attempts to remove this persistence by making all coordination conditional and time-bound. Safety and conflict resolution within such a system would similarly rely on localized and immediate response structures rather than centralized enforcement agencies. Conflict would be addressed at the closest possible level to its origin, with escalation only occurring when necessary and always returning to decentralization once resolution is achieved. The goal is not the elimination of conflict, which is structurally impossible in any human system, but the prevention of conflict from becoming institutionalized into permanent power structures. This approach assumes that most governance failures arise not from lack of control, but from excess accumulation of control into rigid systems that no longer adapt to changing conditions. By contrast, managed anarchy treats authority as a temporary function rather than a permanent position. Authority exists only as long as it is actively solving a problem. Beyond that point, it ceases to exist in structural form. However, even within such a system, a critical phenomenon emerges: the entropy of authority. This refers to the tendency of all organizational systems, regardless of their initial design, to gradually accumulate structure, hierarchy, and permanence over time. Even systems designed to be decentralized tend to drift toward centralization due to efficiency pressures, coordination demands, and the natural human tendency to consolidate influence. This entropy occurs for several structural reasons. First, repeated problem solving often leads to specialization, and specialization naturally produces individuals or groups with more knowledge, influence, or control over specific domains. Over time, these asymmetries become embedded into the system, creating informal hierarchies that eventually harden into formal ones. Second, coordination at scale becomes increasingly complex without central reference points, incentivizing the creation of stable decision-making centers. Third, humans themselves tend to defer responsibility under complexity, which reinforces the concentration of authority in fewer actors. As a result, even systems explicitly designed to avoid hierarchy begin to reproduce it organically. This is not due to moral failure, but due to structural pressure within large-scale coordination systems. Hierarchy emerges not as an ideological choice, but as an efficiency solution that stabilizes under complexity. In this sense, managed anarchy is not a permanently stable endpoint, but a continuous maintenance condition. It requires active resistance against the natural drift of systems toward consolidation of power. Without such resistance, decentralized structures gradually reassemble into centralized authority, even if the original intent was to prevent exactly that outcome. This creates a paradox. The more complex a system becomes, the more it benefits from hierarchy. Yet the more hierarchy stabilizes, the further it moves from the principles of human-first decentralization. Managed anarchy exists precisely within this tension, attempting to preserve decentralization while acknowledging the structural pressures that continuously undermine it. Ultimately, governance systems do not fail because authority exists, but because authority accumulates beyond its functional necessity. The entropy of authority is therefore not a breakdown of systems, but a predictable transformation of them over time. Any attempt to construct a human-first system must therefore account not only for initial design, but for long-term structural drift toward hierarchy. Managed anarchy, in its fullest interpretation, is not the absence of authority. It is the continuous dismantling of authority the moment it exceeds its functional purpose. A real-world interpretation of managed anarchy must account for the persistence of essential societal functions that cannot be removed without destabilizing human life itself. These include emergency response, medical care, infrastructure maintenance, conflict mediation, and large-scale coordination during crises. In this sense, the system does not eliminate roles such as protection, care, or coordination. It redefines how they are structured, incentivized, and sustained. In a practical prototype, the foundational principle is the separation of service from governance. Roles such as firefighters, medical professionals, and emergency responders exist not as extensions of a political hierarchy, but as direct service functions embedded into the structure of society. Their purpose is not to maintain institutional authority, but to respond to human need as efficiently and immediately as possible. In this model, fire departments and medical systems would operate as decentralized but coordinated service networks, rather than bureaucratic extensions of state control. Coordination would still exist, but it would be logistical rather than political. The focus shifts from institutional preservation to operational responsiveness. Firefighters are not representatives of authority, they are direct responders to physical necessity. Doctors are not enforcers of policy, they are direct maintainers of biological stability. A key structural requirement for this system is the revaluation of compensation. In modern systems, essential roles are often underpaid relative to their importance, while administrative and financial layers accumulate disproportionate resource allocation. In a managed anarchy model, compensation is inverted relative to necessity. The more structurally essential a role is to human survival and societal stability, the more directly and substantially it is supported by the system. This is not merely financial redistribution, but a redefinition of value hierarchy. Firefighters, medical professionals, emergency responders, trauma specialists, and similar roles would be treated as primary stability functions of society. Their compensation, training access, and working conditions would reflect their direct contribution to preserving life and reducing systemic collapse risk. This removes the current paradox where critical life-preserving roles are simultaneously expected to operate under high stress, high risk, and comparatively limited systemic reward. Beyond compensation, recruitment into these roles would rely on encouragement rather than structural deterrence. In many modern systems, individuals are discouraged from entering essential fields due to educational cost, bureaucratic complexity, burnout conditions, and institutional instability. A managed anarchy prototype would reduce these barriers by minimizing unnecessary administrative overhead and focusing training pathways on direct capability development rather than prolonged bureaucratic filtering processes. Training systems would be embedded into localized service networks rather than centralized credentialing monopolies. This would allow individuals to enter essential service roles based on demonstrated capability, sustained learning, and practical assessment rather than purely institutional gatekeeping structures. This does not remove standards. It relocates them closer to functional reality rather than abstract certification systems. Safety roles, such as firefighting and emergency response, would also be structurally protected from political interference. Their operational autonomy would be preserved to ensure rapid response without bureaucratic delay. The goal is to ensure that life-critical decisions are made in real time by those closest to the situation, rather than delayed through multi-layered administrative approval chains. Medical systems would function similarly, with a strong emphasis on accessibility, rapid response, and removal of artificial scarcity mechanisms. Healthcare, within this model, is treated as a baseline structural requirement rather than a conditional commodity. The system does not evaluate whether care should be given, but how it can be delivered most efficiently and sustainably. Conflict mediation and public safety would also be restructured away from punitive authority models toward resolution-based systems. The goal is not punishment as a primary mechanism, but stabilization of harm, prevention of recurrence, and restoration of functional equilibrium within affected communities. Enforcement, where necessary, exists only as a temporary corrective measure rather than a permanent institutional identity. Importantly, this prototype does not eliminate coordination at scale. Instead, it replaces centralized political control with distributed operational networks that communicate and adapt dynamically. Large-scale coordination still exists, but it is composed of interconnected service nodes rather than a single hierarchical authority structure. This system also explicitly acknowledges that essential workers must not be structurally neglected. In contrast to many modern systems where essential roles are undersupported despite their critical importance, managed anarchy prioritizes alignment between societal dependence and societal investment. The more a role is required for collective survival and stability, the more directly it is supported and reinforced by the system. At its core, this prototype is not an argument for absence of structure, but for alignment of structure with human necessity. It assumes that governance should not exist as a self-preserving entity, but as a functional extension of human need. When need disappears, structure dissolves. When need emerges, structure forms. Between these states, there is no permanent authority, only temporary coordination in service of survival and stability. To fully evaluate a managed anarchy system, it is necessary to extend beyond emergency services and governance structure into the foundational systems that shape human capability, resource distribution, and long-term behavioral conditioning. These include education, economic exchange, and the psychological sustainability of the system itself. Education, within a managed anarchy framework, is not treated as a credentialing hierarchy, but as a continuous process of direct skill formation embedded into lived reality. The primary structural change is the removal of artificial separation between learning and application. Instead of extended preemptive credential systems that delay real-world participation through prolonged institutional filtering, education becomes immediately integrated with functional environments. In this model, there is no debt-based barrier to entry for knowledge acquisition. Learning is not treated as a financial burden or a gate-kept privilege, but as a baseline societal function. Individuals move into skill development pathways based on aptitude, interest, and demonstrated capability rather than financial capacity or institutional approval chains. This removes the structural delay between potential and contribution that exists in many modern systems. Training becomes decentralized and apprenticeship-based in structure, but modernized through distributed access to knowledge networks. Skill acquisition is validated through practical demonstration rather than prolonged theoretical accumulation disconnected from real application. This ensures that capability is measured by function rather than institutional duration. The goal is not to eliminate rigor, but to eliminate unnecessary abstraction layers between learning and doing. Within this structure, education also becomes nonlinear. Individuals are not locked into rigid academic progression models, but can shift between domains as needed. This reflects the understanding that human capability is not fixed to early life specialization, but can evolve dynamically across time based on exposure, necessity, and interest. The function of money within a managed anarchy system requires equally fundamental restructuring. In its current form, money operates as both a coordination tool and a control mechanism. It regulates access to resources, labor distribution, and social mobility, but it also introduces artificial scarcity dynamics that often distort human behavior away from direct necessity-based allocation. In a managed anarchy model, money either becomes significantly reduced in scope or transitions into a purely logistical tracking mechanism rather than a primary determinant of access. Resource distribution would increasingly shift toward need-based systems for essential survival functions such as food, shelter, healthcare, and emergency services. These are treated as baseline structural guarantees rather than market-dependent commodities. For non-essential or preference-based goods and services, a controlled exchange system may still exist, but without the structural pressure that currently defines survival under economic constraint. This reduces the coercive dimension of financial systems, where survival is often tied directly to economic participation, regardless of individual circumstance or systemic inequality. In such a framework, value is decoupled from survival pressure. Work becomes contribution-based rather than survival-enforced. The distinction between working to live and contributing to maintain systems one benefits from becomes structurally significant. This shift removes the coercive baseline that defines much of modern economic participation, replacing it with a model where participation is primarily functional rather than existentially forced. However, the most critical question for any such system is not structural design, but psychological sustainability. This leads to the central philosophical challenge: whether managed anarchy can survive human psychology over time without collapsing back into hierarchical consolidation. The entropy of authority suggests that all systems, regardless of initial design, tend to accumulate structure, hierarchy, and centralized control over time. This occurs not due to ideological corruption alone, but due to cognitive and logistical pressures inherent in large-scale coordination. Humans naturally simplify complexity through delegation, and delegation naturally concentrates decision-making power. Over time, this creates emergent hierarchies, even in systems designed to prevent them. Managed anarchy therefore exists in a state of continuous tension against this tendency. It does not eliminate hierarchy as a concept. It attempts to prevent hierarchy from becoming permanent, self-preserving, or detached from functional necessity. The system must remain actively resistant to structural inertia, constantly redistributing authority back toward localized, temporary, and necessity-based coordination units. Psychologically, however, humans often seek stability, predictability, and simplified authority structures, especially under conditions of uncertainty or crisis. This creates an internal contradiction. The same conditions that require decentralized flexibility often produce demand for centralized control. In moments of instability, populations tend to consolidate trust and decision-making into fewer entities, accelerating the reformation of hierarchy. This means that the long-term survival of managed anarchy is not solely a structural question, but a behavioral one. It depends on whether human systems can be conditioned, or naturally evolve, to tolerate distributed authority without reverting to centralized consolidation as a default response to stress and complexity. Thus, managed anarchy is not a static end state, but a continuous balancing condition. It requires persistent resistance to both institutional accumulation and psychological demand for centralized control. Without this balance, the system naturally drifts back toward familiar hierarchical structures, regardless of its initial design principles. In conclusion, the viability of such a system does not rest on whether hierarchy can be eliminated, but on whether its emergence can be kept temporary rather than permanent, functional rather than self-serving, and continuously dissolved back into the human-centered structure from which it originates. Capitalism and incentive structures. Capitalism, within this philosophical framework, is not interpreted as a neutral economic system, but as a self-expanding incentive structure that behaves analogously to a biological growth mechanism. In this interpretation, It functions less like a tool designed for human coordination and more like a system optimized for continuous expansion, resource acquisition, and behavioral control. Its defining characteristic is not efficiency alone, but perpetual growth without a naturally enforced boundary condition. Within this model, money operates as the primary regulatory mechanism through which access to survival is controlled. It is not merely a medium of exchange, but a gatekeeping structure that determines who is permitted access to fundamental necessities such as food, shelter, healthcare, and water. In this sense, capitalism functions as a system where survival is conditional upon participation, and participation is governed through economic necessity rather than voluntary engagement. From this perspective, the system resembles a self-replicating growth structure, comparable in behavior to a cancer-like model. It expands continuously by converting human time, labor, and cognitive capacity into inputs for further systemic growth. The system does not remain static. It intensifies through reinvestment, accumulation, and reintegration of value into itself. This creates a feedback loop, in which the system becomes increasingly dominant relative to the individuals operating within it. Within such a structure, inequality is not an anomaly but an emergent feature. Resource concentration occurs as a function of structural design, where control over capital and infrastructure leads to compounding advantage. Over time, this results in an amplification of disparity between those who control resource distribution mechanisms and those who depend on them for survival. The system does not naturally stabilize toward equilibrium, it trends toward accumulation. The relationship between capitalism and human well-being is therefore not inherently aligned. Incentive structures within the system are primarily oriented toward efficiency, output, and financial growth, rather than psychological stability, physical health, or existential well-being. As a result, human behavior is often redirected away from intrinsic needs and toward externally defined metrics of success that may not correlate with personal or collective fulfillment. Basic survival needs, such as food, shelter, healthcare, and water, within this framework are treated as commodities rather than guaranteed conditions of existence. From a managed anarchy perspective, this represents a structural misalignment between human necessity and systemic design. In a human-centered model, these needs would not be subject to economic contingency, but would exist as baseline guarantees independent of participation in labor markets. Similarly, the concept of property accumulation, particularly the ownership of multiple homes beyond necessity, is viewed within this framework as a structural distortion of resource allocation. When essential resources are concentrated through ownership mechanisms beyond functional need, access becomes artificially constrained for others, reinforcing systemic imbalance rather than resolving it. At the level of labor, the value of work is often externally defined by employer-driven systems rather than intrinsic contribution to human well-being. Labor is assigned value through market demand, organizational hierarchy, and profit alignment rather than through direct correlation to societal necessity or human cost. This creates a disconnection between effort, risk, and reward, where individuals may expend significant portions of their lives in high-stress environments without proportional systemic recognition of that expenditure. Furthermore, modern work culture operates as a behavioral conditioning structure as much as an economic system. It reinforces compliance, predictability, and endurance under stress as normative virtues, often framing prolonged endurance within unstable or harmful conditions as moral or social obligation. This produces a cultural narrative in which generational repetition of labor patterns is interpreted as virtue, even when those patterns may involve systemic exhaustion, psychological degradation, or reduced quality of life. Within this philosophical interpretation, capitalism does not remain structurally neutral over time. It exhibits a tendency toward concentration of wealth, influence, and resource control, reinforcing itself through compounding advantages. This creates a systemic drift towards centralized accumulation even in environments that attempt to regulate it. As a result, the system does not stabilize at equilibrium, but instead continues to intensify disparities unless actively constrained. In contrast, alternative systems such as barter-based exchange structures represent a relocalization of value. In such systems, exchange becomes direct, contextual, and grounded in immediate human need rather than abstract monetary representation. Goods and services are traded through relational networks rather than centralized valuation mechanisms. However, even such systems would require structural safeguards to prevent the emergence of new forms of imbalance, ensuring that exchange remains fair, transparent, and accessible. Regulatory and safety frameworks in such a model would therefore not disappear, but would be restructured. Their purpose would shift from controlling economic participation to ensuring equitable exchange conditions, preventing exploitation, and maintaining baseline health and safety standards within decentralized systems. Ultimately, capitalism in its current form is interpreted here not as a final stage of economic evolution, but as a transitional system that prioritizes expansion and efficiency over human-centered design. Its structural behavior suggests a tendency toward accumulation and control unless deliberately counterbalanced. Any alternative system must therefore account not only for initial fairness, but for long-term resistance to concentration dynamics that naturally emerge within large-scale coordination systems. Social systems and equality. Social systems, when examined structurally rather than ideologically, reveal a persistent tension between the concept of equality and the operational realities of large-scale human organization. Equality, in its purest form, represents a condition in which access, dignity, and opportunity are not determined by arbitrary structural advantages. However, within real systems, equality functions more as an ideal reference point than a stable end state, often collapsing under the pressure of economic incentives, inherited advantage, and systemic reinforcement of existing disparities. From this perspective, equality is technically achievable as a design condition, but it is rarely pursued as a dominant objective because it conflicts with systems built around optimization, accumulation, and competitive advantage. In this sense, the limitation is not conceptual possibility, but structural motivation. Systems tend to preserve and reproduce imbalance because imbalance often aligns with efficiency, incentive reinforcement, and existing power distribution. The origins of inequality can be traced to both systemic design and aspects of human nature. While systems amplify and stabilize inequality, human cognitive tendencies toward in-group preference, hierarchy formation, and comparative evaluation also contribute to its persistence. Within this framework, ideological systems, including religious structures, can function as reinforcement mechanisms for hierarchical thinking. When belief systems define correctness in absolute terms, they often implicitly establish moral or existential superiority of one framework over another, which can translate into social stratification or perceived legitimacy hierarchies between groups. However, inequality is not solely ideological in origin. In modern systems, inheritance and pre-existing family structures play a dominant role in determining social positioning. Access to education, capital, opportunity, and social networks is often significantly influenced by the conditions into which an individual is born. This produces a form of structural momentum, where initial conditions exert long-term influence on life outcomes independent of individual capability. Within social systems, inequality is therefore both systemic and individual in origin. Systems amplify disparity, while individuals operate within and respond to those conditions in ways that can reinforce or challenge existing structures. This dual origin makes inequality persistent and self-reinforcing unless actively interrupted. Identity-based categorization within society introduces another layer of structural complexity. While such categories are often intended to address harm or recognize historical imbalance, they can simultaneously reinforce separation between groups by formalizing distinctions that become socially and politically salient. In this framework, identity systems can both reduce harm through recognition and increase division through institutional reinforcement of categorical boundaries. The outcome depends on how these categories are structurally applied and interpreted. Fairness within the system is not treated as purely subjective, but as a concept that can be defined through consistent principles. However, the application of fairness remains contested because different systems prioritize different outcomes: efficiency, equality, stability, or freedom, each of which produces different interpretations of what is considered fair. As a result, fairness is not absent as a concept, but unstable in implementation across competing value frameworks. Social mobility in modern systems is often perceived as a core feature of open societies. However, in structural terms, mobility is frequently constrained by inherited advantage, systemic access disparities, and resource concentration. While movement between social strata is possible, it is statistically and structurally uneven, creating a perception of mobility that does not fully align with underlying distributional realities. Attempts to correct inequality through intervention introduce a secondary layer of complexity. While corrective systems aim to reduce disparity, they can also generate new forms of imbalance depending on how resources and opportunities are redistributed. This does not invalidate intervention, but highlights that structural correction is not a final resolution, but an ongoing adjustment process that must continuously respond to emergent imbalances. If a perfectly equal society were theoretically established, its long-term stability would still be subject to the same structural pressures that generate hierarchy in other systems. Over time, differences in skill, preference, risk tolerance, decision-making, and environmental response would begin to reintroduce variation. These variations would likely consolidate into new forms of hierarchy unless continuously regulated. Therefore, equality in practice is not a static achievement, but a maintained condition requiring persistent structural attention. In conclusion, social systems do not eliminate inequality. They organize it, regulate it, or redistribute it according to their underlying priorities. Equality remains a guiding principle rather than a permanent state, and its persistence depends on whether a system is actively designed to resist the natural reemergence of hierarchical differentiation over time. Power in its many forms. Power, when examined beyond its institutional framing, is not a singular entity, but a multi-layered structural force that manifests across both physical and psychological domains. It operates simultaneously through material control, such as access to resources, force, and infrastructure, and through perceptual influence, where belief systems, narratives, and social conditioning shape how individuals interpret reality itself. In this sense, power is not confined to governance or economics, but is embedded in the architecture of human interaction at every scale. Power is not purely passively distributed. While structural positions can generate conditions in which power accumulates, it is also actively sought by individuals who recognize its utility in shaping outcomes, securing stability, and increasing influence over both environment and others. This creates a dual mechanism in which power is both pursued and emergent, depending on context, capability, and structural opportunity. Hierarchy within this framework is not an optional feature of systems containing power, but a recurring structural outcome. Whenever power exists in any measurable form, it tends to organize itself into layered systems of influence. These hierarchies may be formal, such as political or corporate structures, or informal, such as social influence networks or localized dominance patterns. Even when hierarchies are disrupted or dismantled, they tend to reemerge in altered forms over time, either through redistribution of influence or natural clustering of decision-making authority. Understanding of power within large populations is typically shallow, with most individuals perceiving only the visible layer of institutional or symbolic authority. The deeper mechanisms, such as incentive shaping, structural dependency, narrative reinforcement, and systemic constraint design, remain largely outside everyday awareness. As a result, many interpretations of power focus on its most visible expressions rather than its underlying structural continuity across different domains. Power itself is not inherently moral or immoral. Instead, it functions as an amplifier of existing intent and structural positioning. When guided by stabilizing or constructive intent, it can produce coordinated systems that improve efficiency and order. When guided by exploitative or self-serving intent, it can amplify harm at scale. The mechanism remains consistent regardless of moral direction, only its application changes. Economic, political, and social power are often treated as separate categories, but in structural terms, they represent different expressions of the same underlying system. Economic power determines access to resources, political power determines rule-setting authority, and social power determines narrative and perception influence. While these appear distinct, they frequently interlock and reinforce one another, forming a unified structure of influence distribution rather than isolated systems. Resistance to power does not eliminate power itself. Instead, resistance often reorganizes power into alternative forms. Even systems designed to prevent concentrated authority tend to generate new structures of influence, whether through coordination roles, expertise-based leadership, or informal social dominance. This suggests that power is not removable from human systems, only reconfigurable. Visibility, including fame, influence, and attention, constitutes a distinct form of power that operates primarily through perception shaping. While it does not always directly control physical resources or enforce decisions, it can significantly influence behavior, belief formation, and collective focus. However, within a broader hierarchy of power forms, visibility is typically subordinate to structural control over resources and enforcement mechanisms, as perception without material backing remains vulnerable to override by physical or economic authority. Power does not remain evenly distributed over time. Instead, it tends toward concentration through feedback loops of advantage, resource accumulation, and influence reinforcement. Even when systems are designed to distribute power broadly, natural dynamics of efficiency, coordination, and specialization often lead to gradual centralization unless actively counterbalanced. This creates a persistent drift toward consolidation in most large-scale systems. If formal systems of power were removed entirely, informal systems would almost immediately begin to emerge in their place. Human systems naturally generate coordination structures, leadership dynamics, and influence hierarchies even in the absence of codified authority. These informal structures may be less visible, but they replicate many of the same functional dynamics as formal systems, suggesting that power is an emergent property of human interaction rather than an artifact of institutional design. Thus, power should not be understood as a singular force located within institutions, but as a continuous structural phenomenon that arises wherever humans interact, organize, and negotiate influence. Its forms may change, but its presence remains constant across all scales of civilization. To fully understand power as a structural force, it must be examined not only in its observable manifestations, but in its self-reinforcing internal dynamics. Power is not static, nor is it merely held. It is continuously produced through interaction, maintained through reinforcement, and expanded through structural feedback loops embedded within human systems. At its deepest level, power emerges wherever coordination is required between multiple agents with differing access to resources, information, or influence. This asymmetry alone is sufficient to generate stratification. Once stratification exists, even in minimal form, it begins to self-amplify through repeated interaction. Those who possess slightly more influence in one cycle are more likely to possess increased influence in the next, not necessarily through intentional manipulation, but through structural advantage accumulation. Over time, this produces compounding divergence between positions within the system. This compounding effect is one of the core reasons power resists equilibrium. Unlike physical systems that tend toward entropy, social systems tend toward structured accumulation when feedback loops reinforce advantage. Small initial differences in capability, access, timing, or perception can expand into large-scale structural inequalities when repeatedly reinforced across time. In this sense, power behaves less like a static resource and more like a growth process embedded within relational systems. Another critical dimension of power is its ability to embed itself into perception itself. Once a system stabilizes, power ceases to be perceived as an external force and begins to be interpreted as normal structure. This normalization process is one of the most effective mechanisms of stabilization because it removes the need for explicit enforcement. When individuals perceive hierarchy, inequality, or authority as natural, they no longer require external coercion to maintain it. They participate in its continuation through behavioral adaptation. This creates a secondary layer of power that operates beneath visible structures. It is not the enforcement of rules, but the shaping of what is considered possible, acceptable, or realistic. In this layer, power defines the boundaries of imagination itself. It determines what alternatives can be conceived, what forms of resistance are viable, and what systems are perceived as inevitable. Once power reaches this level, it no longer needs to actively constrain behavior, it constrains thought. Within this framework, institutions are not the origin of power, but its crystallization. Governments, corporations, religious systems, and social hierarchies are all stabilized expressions of underlying power dynamics that already exist at the relational level between individuals and groups. Institutions do not create power. They capture, formalize, and extend it across time and scale. This is why attempts to remove or replace formal systems of power often result in reformation rather than elimination. When one structure collapses, the underlying dynamics that produced it remain intact. These dynamics then reorganize into new configurations that fulfill similar functional roles. This is not due to conspiracy or intentional replication, but due to structural necessity within large-scale coordination systems. Power also operates through informational asymmetry. Those who possess greater access to information, interpretation frameworks, or decision-making context inherently occupy positions of structural advantage. However, information alone is not sufficient. It must be coupled with the ability to act upon or influence systems in order to translate into functional power. This interaction between knowledge and action creates layered hierarchies that are often invisible to those outside them. Importantly, power does not require awareness of itself in order to function. Many systems of influence operate without explicit recognition by participants that they are embedded within power structures. Individuals may interpret their decisions as purely personal or voluntary, while still operating within constrained systems that shape available choices. This creates a condition in which power is most effective when it is least recognized as power. At the psychological level, power influences behavior not only through external constraint, but through internalization. Over time, individuals adapt their expectations, ambitions, and perceived limitations to align with the structure they inhabit. This internalization transforms external constraint into self-regulation. In this form, power no longer needs to be enforced externally. It becomes self-sustaining through cognitive adaptation. Within large-scale systems, this leads to a stabilization effect where deviation from established structures becomes increasingly difficult not because it is explicitly forbidden, but because it is no longer easily conceived or supported by surrounding systems. The boundaries of possibility become socially reinforced rather than explicitly enforced. Another key characteristic of power is its tendency toward role specialization. As systems grow in complexity, functions become divided, and individuals occupy increasingly specific roles within the larger structure. This specialization increases efficiency, but also concentrates dependence. Those who control coordination between specialized roles accumulate disproportionate influence over system function, further reinforcing hierarchical stratification. Over time, this produces a layered architecture of dependency, where lower levels of the system rely on higher levels for coordination, resource distribution, or authorization. Even in systems designed to be decentralized, this pattern emerges due to the necessity of managing complexity at scale. Thus, power is not a singular entity that can be removed or redistributed in a stable way. It is a dynamic process that arises from interaction, scales through reinforcement, embeds itself into perception, and stabilizes through institutionalization. Attempts to eliminate it entirely do not remove its existence, but alter its configuration. This leads to a critical conclusion. Power is not an external structure imposed upon human systems, but an emergent property of those systems themselves. Wherever humans interact, coordinate, compete, or cooperate at scale, power will arise as a function of difference, limitation, and necessity. The only variable is not whether power exists, but how it is shaped, distributed, and constrained over time. Power and freedom are often presented as opposing forces within political and philosophical discourse. Power is typically framed as control exerted over others, while freedom is framed as the absence of control. However, when examined as structural properties of complex systems rather than moral abstractions, this opposition collapses. Power and freedom are not antagonistic. They are interdependent variables that define each other through relational structure. Freedom, in any meaningful sense, is not the absence of all constraint, but the presence of navigable constraint. A system with no constraints is not a system of freedom, but a system of randomness where agency has no stable structure to act within. For freedom to exist as a functional concept, there must be boundaries, rules, or structures against which choice can meaningfully occur. Without structure, choice loses definition, because all outcomes become equivalent in lack of differentiation. Power, in contrast, defines the shape or whose constraints. It determines how boundaries are formed, how resources are distributed, and how systems respond to action. However, power does not inherently eliminate freedom. It organizes the environment in which freedom operates. In this sense, power is not external to freedom, but the structural condition that makes freedom intelligible. The perceived opposition between the two arises from the distribution of power rather than its existence. When power is concentrated, it can restrict the range of available actions for those outside its center. This produces the experience of reduced freedom. However, this is not the absence of power, but an asymmetrical distribution of it. Those within or controlling the structure often experience expanded freedom relative to those outside it. This reveals that freedom is not eliminated by power, but redistributed through it. In any system where multiple agents exist, absolute freedom for all agents simultaneously is structurally impossible. The actions of one agent inevitably create constraints for another through resource consumption, spatial occupation, or causal impact. This means that freedom is inherently relational, not absolute. It exists as a balance of overlapping freedoms constrained by the presence of other actors within the same system. From this perspective, power becomes the mechanism through which these overlapping freedoms are organized. It determines whose actions take precedence in conflict, whose decisions shape system-wide outcomes, and how constraints are enforced or relaxed. Therefore, power does not exist in opposition to freedom, but as the structural framework that allocates and defines it. Even in systems designed to maximize freedom, such as decentralized or anarchic models, power does not disappear. Instead, it becomes distributed, informal, or emergent. Influence shifts from formal institutions to networked relationships, resource access, expertise, or situational control. This means that freedom in decentralized systems is not the absence of power, but the diffusion of it across multiple nodes rather than its concentration in a single center. Conversely, systems that prioritize centralized power do not eliminate freedom entirely, but constrain its distribution. They reduce variance in permissible action while increasing predictability and coordination efficiency. This trade-off demonstrates that power and freedom are not binary opposites, but inverse relationships within a shared structural continuum. At a deeper level, freedom itself requires power to be exercised. The ability to act upon choice requires access to resources, physical capability, informational awareness, and environmental permissibility. Without these, freedom exists only as abstraction rather than functional reality. Therefore, freedom is not independent of power. It is a derivative expression of it under conditions of agency. Similarly, power without any expression of freedom becomes indistinguishable from pure constraint, collapsing into static control structures that resist adaptation. This leads to systemic rigidity and eventual breakdown under changing conditions. For systems to remain stable over time, power must be partially distributed in a way that preserves adaptive freedom at lower levels of interaction. This reveals a structural equilibrium. Systems that maximize absolute freedom tend toward instability, while systems that maximize absolute control tend toward rigidity. Sustainable systems exist in the tension between the two, where power structures define constraints but allow sufficient freedom for adaptation, variation, and feedback. From this perspective, the opposition between power and freedom is a conceptual simplification rather than a structural truth. In reality, they co-emerge, co-define, and co-stabilize each other within any functioning human system. The question is not whether power or freedom should exist, but how their relationship is structured, distributed, and maintained over time. Thus, power is not the negation of freedom. It is the architecture through which freedom becomes possible, measurable, and contested. To conclude the examination of power, it is necessary to shift from structural description to structural consequence. Power, as previously established, is not a static possession, but an emergent system property that arises wherever humans interact at scale. However, while power itself is neutral as a mechanism, its long-term effects on systems, perception, and behavior introduce predictable and often unavoidable distortions. The first and most fundamental warning is that power does not remain stable in its distribution. Even when initially designed to be balanced, decentralized, or constrained, power tends to accumulate through feedback loops of efficiency, dependency, and specialization. This accumulation is often gradual, making it difficult to perceive in real time. Systems rarely recognize consolidation while it is occurring. They recognize it only after it has already stabilized into structure. By that point, reversal becomes significantly more complex than prevention would have been. The second warning is that power reshapes perception over time. Individuals and groups embedded within power structures do not remain cognitively neutral observers of those structures. Instead, they begin to adapt their perception of reality to align with the constraints and incentives of the system they inhabit. What begins as an external structure eventually becomes an internal assumption. Over time, this produces environments where power is no longer recognized as a separate force, but as how things are. IH's normalization process is one of the most significant risks associated with power, because it removes the cognitive distance required for critique or correction. When systems become invisible through familiarity, their constraints are no longer questioned, and their limitations are no longer perceived as modifiable. At that point, power ceases to be externally governed and becomes internally reproduced through behavior. The third warning is that power does not require malicious intent to produce harmful outcomes. Even in systems composed of well-intentioned individuals, structural incentives can lead to outcomes that diverge significantly from original intent. This occurs because power operates through systemic logic rather than moral alignment. Individuals within the system may act ethically according to their perspective, while the aggregate system produces outcomes that no single participant intended or directly controlled. The fourth warning is that resistance to power often becomes absorbed into power itself. Movements designed to decentralize, redistribute, or eliminate hierarchy frequently develop their own internal hierarchies over time. This is not due to hypocrisy alone, but due to the structural demands of coordination, decision-making, and resource allocation. Even anti-hierarchical systems require some form of organization, and organization naturally produces stratification under pressure. The fifth warning is that visibility of power is not equivalent to understanding of power. Most systems expose only their surface-level mechanisms, while deeper structures remain hidden in abstraction, specialization, or complexity. This creates a condition where individuals may believe they understand how power operates while only perceiving its most accessible manifestations. True structural understanding requires recognizing not only visible authority, but also the invisible systems of incentive, dependency, and constraint that shape behavior indirectly. The sixth warning is that power distorts time perception within systems. Short-term optimization often overrides long-term stability because immediate feedback loops are more influential than distant consequences. As a result, systems may reinforce behaviors that produce short-term stability or growth while simultaneously undermining their own long-term resilience. This temporal distortion is one of the primary mechanisms through which systems degrade over time without explicit failure points. The seventh warning is that power alters the definition of possibility itself. As systems stabilize, they do not only regulate action, they regulate imagination. Over time, certain alternatives become socially or structurally unthinkable not because they are impossible, but because they are no longer supported by the surrounding informational or institutional environment. This creates invisible boundaries that constrain thought before action is ever considered. The eighth warning is that power is self-legitimizing. Once established, systems of power generate their own justification frameworks, which reinforce their continued existence. These frameworks may take the form of law, tradition, efficiency arguments, moral narratives, or stability imperatives. Regardless of form, the function remains consistent: to stabilize the system's continued operation by framing its existence as necessary or inevitable. The ninth warning is that concentration of power reduces system adaptability. While centralization can increase efficiency in stable environments, it reduces responsiveness in changing conditions. Highly concentrated systems tend to become rigid, slow to adapt, and resistant to structural correction. This makes them vulnerable to disruption when environmental conditions shift beyond their designed assumptions. In the final warning is that power, once fully embedded, becomes indistinguishable from reality for those within it. At this stage, individuals no longer perceive themselves as operating within a system of power. They perceive the system itself as natural order. When this threshold is crossed, correction becomes extremely difficult because the system is no longer experienced as constructed, but as given. For this reason, power must always be understood as temporary in legitimacy, even when it is persistent in function. Any system that forgets its own constructed nature begins to treat its structure as absolute, and in doing so, loses the ability to recognize its own distortions. The danger of power is not that it exists, but that it stabilizes. And when stability becomes indistinguishable from truth, correction is no longer perceived as necessary. Justice and moral enforcement. Justice, when examined structurally rather than institutionally, occupies a dual nature within human systems. On one level, it is treated as a formal mechanism of moral enforcement embedded within law, governance, and institutional procedure. On another level, it functions as a human-constructed system designed to regulate behavior, reduce instability, and manage harm within populations. In this interpretation, justice is not purely an objective force existing outside of human systems, but it is also not entirely arbitrary. Rather, it exists as a structured response to the persistence of harm within collective human existence. From this perspective, justice is human-created in origin, but not necessarily meaningless in function. It arises from the need to respond to actions that disrupt stability, cause harm, or destabilize trust within a system. However, its implementation is shaped by institutional constraints, historical precedent, and structural power distribution, which means that legal justice and moral justice often diverge significantly in practice. Punishment within justice systems is not inherently moral or immoral, but functions primarily as a tool of behavioral control and future harm prevention. Its legitimacy, in functional terms, is derived from its ability to reduce recurrence of harmful actions rather than from any intrinsic moral satisfaction. Within this framework, punitive systems such as incarceration or even capital punishment are interpreted not as moral absolutes, but as extreme instruments within a broader spectrum of harm management tools, applied depending on perceived severity, certainty of guilt, and societal risk. However, the application of such systems introduces a critical structural tension: the risk of irreversible action within imperfect informational environments. Any system that allows for irreversible punishment must contend with the possibility of error, bias, or structural failure in verification processes. This makes the design of enforcement systems as important as their intent, because the consequences of misapplication are permanent in irreversible models of justice. Legal systems, in their current form, often do not function as direct expressions of universal morality, but as institutional frameworks shaped by historical development, cultural inheritance, and existing power structures. Rituals, procedures, and symbolic elements within legal systems often reflect inherited traditions rather than neutral moral reasoning. In some cases, these structures persist even when they no longer align with the diversity of belief systems within the population they govern, creating a mismatch between institutional symbolism and individual moral frameworks. This reveals a structural characteristic of legal systems. They tend to preserve their foundational assumptions even as societal conditions evolve. As a result, justice systems may reflect legacy belief structures, institutional inertia, or dominant historical frameworks rather than continuously updated ethical consensus. Within this framework, moral enforcement is divided between formal and informal systems. Formal systems include policing, courts, and institutional law enforcement. Informal systems include social pressure, community response, and decentralized behavioral regulation. Even in the absence of formal enforcement, informal enforcement structures inevitably emerge, suggesting that moral regulation is a persistent feature of human social organization rather than a purely institutional invention. In advanced enforcement models, transparency and oversight become critical structural components. The idea of continuous monitoring of enforcement agents reflects an attempt to reduce abuse of authority and increase accountability within systems that hold coercive power. However, such systems also introduce additional layers of complexity, including surveillance dependencies, interpretation layers, and technological mediation of human judgment. This creates a tension between accountability and autonomy within enforcement structures. A key philosophical question within justice systems is the degree to which individuals are responsible for their actions. Within this framework, responsibility is treated as real and meaningful, meaning individuals are accountable for their behavior within the constraints of their environment. However, this does not eliminate the influence of conditioning, circumstance, or structural pressures. Instead, it creates a dual-layer model in which responsibility exists alongside contextual influence, without one fully negating the other. The classification of evil within justice systems is also structurally significant. While often treated as a moral category, it functions in practice as a label assigned to behaviors that produce severe harm, disruption, or violation of social trust. Whether evil is treated as an intrinsic trait or an emergent behavioral pattern depends on the philosophical framework being applied. However, within this interpretation, harmful intent and repeated destructive action can be treated as real and observable patterns within human behavior systems, rather than purely symbolic constructs. In determining justice outcomes, intent and outcome operate as separate but interconnected variables. Intent reflects internal cognitive and motivational states, while outcome reflects external impact on systems and individuals. Justice systems must therefore decide how to weigh internal state against external consequence, a process that varies across different legal and moral frameworks. Neither variable alone is sufficient to fully describe the ethical weight of an action. From a systemic perspective, justice systems do not consistently reduce harm in a linear manner. Instead, they often reorganize harm into structured forms, redistributing it through incarceration, financial penalties, and institutional processing systems. In some cases, enforcement systems may also generate incentive distortions that unintentionally sustain or recycle certain forms of harm within the system itself. This creates a paradox in which systems designed to reduce harm can also become participants in its structural redistribution. If formal enforcement systems were removed entirely, moral behavior would not disappear, but would reorganize into informal and decentralized structures. Human groups naturally generate behavioral norms, corrective responses, and conflict resolution mechanisms even in the absence of centralized authority. However, the nature, consistency, and fairness of these systems would vary significantly depending on local conditions, cultural structures, and resource stability. Ultimately, justice is not a singular absolute system, but a layered response mechanism to harm within human societies. It exists simultaneously as a principle, institution, and adaptive system. Its effectiveness is not determined solely by its intent, but by its structural design, its resistance to corruption, and its ability to adapt to the complexity of human behavior without losing proportionality between action and consequence. Beyond the structural function of justice as a response system to harm, there exists a deeper layer in which justice actively participates in the formation of moral perception itself. In this layer, justice is not merely reactive, but generative. It shapes the boundaries of acceptable behavior by defining what is punishable, what is ignored, and what is normalized within a given system. Over time, this creates a feedback loop between law and morality. What is enforced becomes what is perceived as morally significant, and what is not enforced gradually loses perceived weight in collective understanding. In this sense, justice does not only regulate behavior, it conditions moral intuition. Societies do not simply enforce pre-existing morality through law, they also inherit morality through enforcement patterns. This introduces a structural limitation in all justice systems. They are inherently bound to their own historical enforcement decisions. Once a behavior is categorized, punished, or normalized, that classification tends to persist even if the underlying moral reasoning shifts. As a result, justice systems often lag behind evolving ethical frameworks, not because of intentional resistance, but because of structural inertia embedded in legal continuity. Another critical layer is the relationship between justice and legitimacy. For enforcement systems to remain stable, they must maintain perceived legitimacy among the population they govern. However, legitimacy is not a fixed property. It is continuously reconstructed through narrative, cultural reinforcement, and institutional transparency. When legitimacy declines, enforcement systems face increased resistance, reduced compliance, and greater reliance on coercive force to maintain stability, which can further accelerate legitimacy erosion. This creates a paradox within enforcement structures. The more a system relies on force to maintain order, the more it risks undermining the perceived legitimacy that sustains voluntary compliance. Voluntary compliance is significantly more efficient than enforced compliance, which means stable systems tend to prioritize legitimacy preservation even when coercive capacity is available. Within this framework, justice systems can be understood as balancing mechanisms between stability and adaptability. Stability requires consistency, predictability, and enforcement of established rules. Adaptability requires revision, reinterpretation, and correction of prior assumptions. Excessive stability leads to rigidity, while excessive adaptability leads to unpredictability. Justice systems exist within the tension between these two forces. A further structural dimension of moral enforcement is the distinction between proportionality and abstraction. Proportional justice attempts to match consequence to harm in a direct and measurable way. Abstract justice, by contrast, operates through symbolic, systemic, or deterrent-based mechanisms that may not correspond directly to the individual act, but serve broader systemic goals. Most real-world justice systems operate as hybrids of both, though the balance between them varies significantly across cultures and institutions. This hybrid structure introduces internal inconsistency, as symbolic deterrence and proportional response do not always align. Actions may be punished not solely for their direct harm, but for their perceived impact on system-wide behavior. This creates a second-order layer of enforcement where individuals are not only judged for actions themselves, but for the precedent those actions establish within the system. Justice also functions as a form of temporal projection. It attempts to extend present moral expectations into future behavior by shaping incentives and consequences. In doing so, justice becomes a mechanism for controlling not only past actions, but anticipated future actions. This forward-looking aspect of enforcement introduces uncertainty, as it requires systems to make assumptions about intent, probability, and behavioral recurrence. Within this expanded model, enforcement systems are not merely reactive stabilizers, but predictive regulatory structures attempting to minimize future disruption based on present data. This shifts justice from a purely retrospective mechanism into a continuous feedback system operating across time. At the deepest level, moral enforcement systems reveal a structural truth about human organization. Harm cannot be eliminated, only redistributed, constrained, or transformed. Every system of justice is therefore a configuration of harm management rather than its total removal. Even the most advanced systems operate within this limitation, balancing between prevention, response, and systemic stability. This leads to an unavoidable conclusion. Justice is not the absence of harm, but the architecture through which harm is organized in relation to collective survival, stability, and continuity. Part 4: Belief. Religion and human need for meaning. Religion, when analyzed structurally rather than reverentially, functions less as a pursuit of truth and more as a system of meaning production designed to stabilize human cognition in the presence of uncertainty. It is not primarily an epistemic framework concerned with verifying reality, but a psychological and social framework concerned with managing the emotional and cognitive instability produced by unknown variables such as death, randomness, and lack of perceived cosmic purpose. Within this interpretation, religion does not emerge from objective discovery, but from cognitive necessity. It arises in environments where uncertainty exceeds the individual's capacity for stable interpretation. In such conditions, belief systems are formed that reduce ambiguity through narrative consolidation, moral structuring, and the creation of interpretive authority. These systems often discourage sustained critical examination of their own foundations, as internal critique threatens the stability function they are designed to serve. From a structural perspective, religion operates as a behavioral alignment mechanism. It establishes norms of identity, morality, and social belonging that often include in-group cohesion and out-group distinction. These structures reinforce conformity within the belief system and discourage deviation through both social and psychological pressure. Over time, this produces generational transmission of belief frameworks that are often adopted prior to rigorous independent evaluation, embedding meaning systems through early cognitive imprinting rather than analytical conclusion. The human need for meaning itself is not treated here as evidence of external meaning existing, but as a psychological dependency on pattern continuity and narrative coherence. When exposed to sustained uncertainty or existential ambiguity, the human cognitive system tends to generate explanatory frameworks to restore internal stability. Religion is one of the most historically persistent expressions of this mechanism, but not the only one. In this framework, religion does not function as a truth-seeking structure. Instead, it functions as a meaning-seeking structure that often substitutes certainty for verification. As a result, it can produce high levels of psychological comfort and social cohesion, while simultaneously diverging from empirical or observable reality depending on the claims being made. From this perspective, religious belief is not treated as an extension of evidence-based reasoning, but as a form of interpretive construction layered over uncertainty. It converts unknowns into structured narratives that allow individuals to operate without being cognitively overwhelmed by ambiguity. However, this conversion process necessarily involves simplification, abstraction, and acceptance of claims that are not always subject to external verification. The persistence of religion in both historical and modern contexts suggests that its function is not eliminated by technological or scientific advancement. Instead, it indicates that the underlying cognitive requirement for meaning production remains active regardless of external knowledge progression. When traditional religious systems decline in influence, analogous structures tend to reappear in alternative forms such as ideological identity systems, political narratives, or cultural belief frameworks that fulfill similar psychological roles. Morality within this structure is not dependent on religious systems for its existence. Instead, it operates as a separate evaluative framework concerned with harm, behavior, and consequence. While religion may incorporate moral systems, morality itself is not structurally dependent on theological belief. It emerges through social interaction, consequence evaluation, and cooperative necessity rather than divine attribution. The human difficulty in tolerating sustained uncertainty can be understood as a limitation of cognitive architecture. The brain is fundamentally pattern-seeking, and when patterns are removed or become unstable, it generates stress responses associated with instability, unpredictability, and lack of control. Meaning systems serve as stabilizers for this condition by reintroducing perceived structure into otherwise ambiguous environments. Within this framework, modern society has not eliminated religion entirely, but redistributed its functional role. Meaning systems continue to exist, but they are often embedded in secular ideologies, cultural identities, economic narratives, and institutional belief structures. The form changes, but the underlying psychological function remains consistent: the stabilization of uncertainty through narrative construction. At the most abstract level, atheism in this context is not necessarily a unified philosophical system, but rather a position defined by the absence of belief in structured theological frameworks. However, individuals operating outside traditional religious systems often still construct alternative meaning frameworks to navigate existential uncertainty, whether explicitly acknowledged or not. If all structured meaning systems were removed simultaneously, it is structurally unlikely that human cognition would remain in a state of permanent meaninglessness. Instead, new frameworks would emerge rapidly as adaptive responses to psychological instability. These frameworks would likely vary in quality, coherence, and ethical structure depending on environmental conditions. But the reemergence of meaning systems themselves would be expected due to the underlying cognitive demand for interpretive stability. Thus, religion and its analogs are not exceptions within human cognition, but recurring structural responses to the persistent tension between consciousness and uncertainty. Beyond its role as a stabilizing narrative system, religion also functions as a long-term behavioral constraint architecture. Once a meaning system becomes embedded within a population, it begins to regulate not only belief, but permissible interpretation of experience itself. This means that religion does not only answer questions about existence, but also determines which questions are allowed to remain open, which are considered resolved, and which are considered invalid to ask. This creates a secondary structural effect in which cognitive exploration is shaped by pre-existing interpretive boundaries. Over time, individuals raised within such systems may inherit not only beliefs, but entire constraints on thought patterns, where certain conclusions are reached automatically or rejected reflexively before conscious evaluation occurs. In this way, meaning systems become embedded into cognitive architecture rather than remaining external philosophical positions. Another key structural component is the relationship between religion and uncertainty suppression. When confronted with existential unknowns, particularly mortality, randomness, and lack of deterministic structure, religious frameworks reduce cognitive load by replacing unresolved variables with fixed narrative answers. This reduction in uncertainty produces psychological relief, but it also limits exploratory capacity by closing interpretive pathways that would otherwise remain open in an uncertain model. This introduces a fundamental trade-off between cognitive stability and epistemic openness. Systems that maximize certainty tend to reduce psychological instability, but also reduce adaptability to new information. Conversely, systems that maintain high uncertainty increase cognitive flexibility, but introduce instability in belief structures. Religion, in this framework, sits heavily on the side of stability optimization rather than open-ended inquiry. The persistence of religious systems across time also reveals a structural resistance to dissolution. Even when empirical frameworks expand and displace specific explanatory claims, the underlying need for narrative coherence remains intact. As a result, displaced religious structures often do not disappear entirely. Instead, they transform, fragment, or reappear in secularized forms that preserve their functional role while altering their symbolic surface. This transformation process can be observed in systems where ideological belief replaces theological belief, or where institutional loyalty replaces metaphysical doctrine. In such cases, the functional architecture of religion remains present even when explicit references to divinity or afterlife are removed. The system continues to generate meaning, enforce group cohesion, and provide interpretive stability under a different symbolic structure. At a deeper level, this indicates that meaning generation is not optional within human cognition, but structurally persistent. Even when individuals consciously reject traditional frameworks, they often retain implicit narrative structures that fulfill similar psychological functions. These may take the form of personal philosophies, cultural identities, or existential narratives that organize experience into coherent patterns. However, the rejection of external meaning systems does not eliminate the underlying drive for coherence. Instead, it shifts responsibility for meaning construction entirely onto the individual or decentralized groups. This increases cognitive burden, as meaning is no longer externally provided, but must be continuously generated, revised, and maintained in response to changing experience. In systems where traditional meaning structures are weakened or removed, This can lead to transitional instability periods where individuals experience heightened uncertainty, existential discomfort, or interpretive fragmentation. Over time, new stabilizing frameworks tend to emerge, either individually or collectively, as adaptive responses to sustained cognitive load. Importantly, the absence of meaning does not result in the absence of behavior. Human systems continue to function, act, and organize even in the absence of perceived cosmic purpose. This indicates that meaning is not a prerequisite for action, but rather a stabilizing overlay that influences motivation, interpretation, and emotional framing of action. In this sense, meaning can be understood as a compression layer applied over existence. It reduces the complexity of reality into navigable structures that allow for decision-making without full comprehension of underlying systems. Religion represents one of the most historically durable forms of this compression, but not its only manifestation. Ultimately, the study of religion within this framework is not a study of truth claims alone, but a study of how human consciousness manages the structural burden of existing in an environment that does not inherently provide interpretive clarity. Religion persists not because it resolves objective uncertainty, but because it resolves experiential uncertainty. The distinction between those two forms of uncertainty is critical. One concerns the structure of reality itself, while the other concerns the limits of human cognition within that reality. Religion operates primarily within the second domain, regardless of its claims about the first. To further understand religion within the structure of human civilization, it must be separated from its surface identity as doctrine, and instead examined as a persistent cognitive function embedded within conscious systems. At this level, religion is not defined by specific beliefs, deities, or traditions, but by its role in stabilizing interpretation under conditions where reality itself offers no inherent explanatory framework. Human consciousness does not experience reality as raw information alone. It experiences reality through continuous interpretation, compression, and narrative construction. This interpretive layer is not optional. It is a structural requirement of cognition. Without it, perception would remain unorganized, temporally fragmented, and functionally unusable for decision-making. Religion is one of the most historically stable large-scale expressions of this interpretive layer. At its core, religion represents an externalized meaning generation system. It takes the internal cognitive necessity of constructing coherence and relocates it into shared, institutionalized frameworks. This allows groups of individuals to synchronize their interpretation of existence without requiring each participant to independently resolve existential ambiguity. In doing so, religion reduces cognitive load at both individual and collective levels. However, this externalization introduces a structural dependency. Once meaning is outsourced into shared systems, individuals become partially reliant on those systems for interpretive stability. This reduces the need for internal construction of meaning while increasing reliance on inherited frameworks. Over time, this can produce a condition where belief precedes understanding rather than emerging from it. The persistence of religion across civilizations suggests that it is not primarily a cultural artifact subject to disappearance, but a recurring emergent solution to a persistent structural condition: the mismatch between human cognitive capacity and existential complexity. As long as consciousness exceeds its own ability to fully model reality, there will be pressure toward simplified interpretive systems that reduce uncertainty into structured narrative forms. Ahiz also explains why religious systems tend to persist even when challenged by competing explanatory frameworks. Empirical or scientific models may replace specific explanatory claims, but they do not eliminate the underlying need for existential orientation. As a result, displaced religious structures often reappear in altered forms that preserve their functional role while changing their symbolic language. These replacement structures may manifest as ideological systems, national identity frameworks, moral absolutism narratives, or progress-based teleologies. In each case, the function remains consistent: to provide a stable interpretive anchor in a system that does not inherently provide one. The content changes, but the structural role remains intact. Within this framework, the human need for meaning is not evidence of external meaning existing, but evidence of cognitive resistance to unstructured reality. Meaning does not appear to be a discovered property of the universe, but an emergent property of conscious systems attempting to reduce informational overload into actionable structure. This creates a fundamental asymmetry between reality and perception. Reality, as a physical system, does not appear to prioritize narrative coherence, moral alignment, or teleological direction. It operates through interaction, causality, and transformation without requiring interpretive justification. Consciousness, however, requires coherence in order to function, and therefore imposes narrative structure onto systems that are not inherently structured in that way. Religious systems bridge this gap by providing pre-constructed narratives that align perception with interpretive stability. These narratives often include origin structures, moral frameworks, and post-existence projections that extend meaning beyond immediate experience. This extension beyond immediate experience is particularly significant, as it allows consciousness to interpret mortality and uncertainty through continuity-based frameworks rather than terminal endpoints. However, this continuity is not structurally necessary for reality itself. It is necessary only for cognitive stability under conditions of existential awareness. The concept of afterlife, eternal purpose, or cosmic design functions primarily as a stabilization tool rather than an observable feature of the system. In the absence of such systems, consciousness does not cease to function, but it is required to self-generate interpretive structure continuously. This places significantly higher cognitive demand on the individual, as meaning is no longer inherited, but must be actively constructed without external stabilization frameworks. This leads to an important structural distinction. Meaning is not required for survival, but it is often required for sustained psychological equilibrium within self-aware systems. This means that meaning functions as a stabilizer of experience, not a validator of existence. From this perspective, religion can be understood as one of the earliest large-scale technologies of psychological stabilization. It predates formal scientific modeling not because it is less complex, but because it addresses a different category of necessity. Not the explanation of external systems, but the stabilization of internal experience in response to those systems. Even in environments where religious structures are rejected or replaced, the underlying cognitive mechanism remains active. Consciousness continues to generate interpretive frameworks, because without them, experience becomes non-navigable. The form of meaning may change, but the requirement for meaning-like structure does not disappear. Thus, religion is not best understood as a false system competing with truth, but as a structural response to the limits of cognition within a reality that does not inherently provide interpretive closure. Within this philosophical framework, one of the central criticisms of organized religion is not merely its metaphysical claims, but its structural tendency to generate moral hierarchy through belief identity. When a belief system defines itself as uniquely correct in its interpretation of truth, morality, or cosmic order, it introduces a comparative structure in which adherence becomes a marker of moral status. This produces a subtle but persistent division between in-groups and out-groups. The in-group is defined not only by shared belief, but by perceived correctness of interpretation. The out-group is defined not only by disagreement, but by perceived error in understanding reality itself. Over time, this can shift from theological disagreement into moral stratification, where differing belief systems are not just seen as alternative interpretations, but as lesser, misguided, or invalid. In this sense, religion can function as a framework that unintentionally reinforces epistemic superiority, where individuals are conditioned to associate moral worth or intellectual legitimacy with adherence to a specific inherited belief structure. When this occurs, disagreement is no longer treated as a natural feature of pluralistic thought, but as a challenge to identity and perceived truth authority. From a system's perspective, this dynamic is structurally predictable. Any closed belief system that asserts exclusive access to truth will, over time, generate pressure toward boundary enforcement. That enforcement can be social, psychological, or institutional. It often manifests as reinforcement of internal cohesion and resistance to external critique, because critique is interpreted not as analysis, but as threat to the stability of the meaning system itself. This is where tension arises between religion as a meaning system and the idea of a fully human-centered society. A human-centered society, in structural terms, would require that no individual's moral or existential worth is conditioned on adherence to a specific metaphysical framework. It would require that belief systems remain optional interpretive structures rather than mandatory identity hierarchies. From this perspective, the criticism is not that individuals cannot hold religious beliefs, but that when belief systems are treated as inherently superior to others, or when moral value is tied to exclusive adherence, they begin to function as tools of division rather than shared understanding. The conflict is not with personal belief, but with the transformation of belief into hierarchy. In a truly human-centered system, Interpretive freedom would need to be preserved without allowing any single worldview to define moral legitimacy for all others. This includes protecting the ability to hold religious belief, reject it, or modify it without social stratification based on acceptance or rejection of specific doctrines. The structural concern is that when belief systems become tightly coupled with identity and moral ranking, they can reduce the space for pluralism. Instead of multiple frameworks coexisting as interpretive tools, they become competing claims of authority over truth and morality. This competition often reinforces division, not because individuals necessarily intend harm, but because the structure incentivizes comparison and boundary formation. Within this model, the strongest critique of religion is not its existence, but its potential to convert existential uncertainty into rigid identity hierarchies. When meaning systems become absolute rather than interpretive, they risk shifting from tools of stabilization into systems of separation. A human-centered Peniasopnical model would therefore treat meaning systems as personal or cultural frameworks rather than universal authority structures. Their role would be to support individual interpretation of existence, not to define hierarchical judgments between individuals or groups based on belief alignment. The distinction is critical. Meaning as a tool for internal stability is compatible with human diversity. Meaning as a system of enforced hierarchy is not. When examined through a system's lens, the boundary between religion and power is not fixed. Instead, it is historically fluid. Religious systems and governance systems frequently evolve into overlapping structures because both are ultimately concerned with the same fundamental problem: coordinating human behavior at scale. Religion begins as a meaning system. Power begins as a coordination system. However, once a belief system becomes widely adopted within a population, it gains the capacity to influence behavior without requiring physical enforcement. At this point, it begins to function as a form of soft governance, shaping actions through belief, identity, and perceived moral obligation rather than direct coercion. Conversely, governance systems often require legitimacy in order to function efficiently. Pure coercion is unstable at scale because it demands constant enforcement. As a result, political and institutional systems frequently adopt symbolic, moral, or ideological frameworks that justify authority beyond physical force. When this occurs, governance begins to absorb the structural features of belief systems. This convergence produces hybrid systems in which belief and authority reinforce each other. In such systems, religion is no longer purely a private or spiritual framework, and governance is no longer purely procedural or administrative. Instead, both become interdependent layers of the same control architecture. One regulating meaning, the other regulating behavior, both stabilizing the same social structure. From a structural standpoint, this merging is not accidental. It emerges because both systems solve complementary problems. Religion solves the problem of existential uncertainty and moral interpretation. Governance solves the problem of collective coordination and resource distribution. When combined, they produce a unified framework that can regulate both internal belief and external action simultaneously. However, this integration introduces a critical structural risk: the consolidation of moral authority and institutional authority into a single reinforcing loop. When a governance system is also a belief system, or when a belief system legitimizes governance structures, critique of one becomes entangled with critique of the other. This reduces the independence of moral reasoning, because questioning authority can become indistinguishable from questioning morality itself. In such systems, dissent is not only political but interpretive. Disagreement with institutional structures can be reframed as disagreement with moral truth. This creates pressure toward conformity that is not purely enforced through law, but also through identity and belief alignment. The result is a system where compliance is partially voluntary, but only within the boundaries of accepted interpretation. Historically, this convergence has taken multiple forms. In some cases, religious authority directly governs institutional structure. In others, political systems adopt religious symbolism, moral narratives, or quasi-religious ideological frameworks to reinforce legitimacy. In both cases, the underlying mechanism remains the same. Authority gains stability when it is embedded within a framework that defines not only what is legal, but what is meaningful and morally valid. The structural implication of this is that power is most stable when it is invisible as power. When authority is perceived as natural, moral, or divinely justified, it requires less direct enforcement. Individuals regulate their own behavior in accordance with internalized belief structures, effectively distributing enforcement across the population rather than concentrating it in institutions. This creates what can be described as internalized governance, where external control mechanisms are replaced or supplemented by internal belief alignment. In such systems, individuals become both subjects and enforcers of the same framework, reducing the need for overt coercion while increasing systemic stability. However, this also reduces interpretive flexibility. When governance and belief become structurally fused, it becomes more difficult to separate disagreement from deviance. Systems that tightly couple morality with authority tend to resist reinterpretation, because changes in belief risk destabilizing both governance legitimacy and social cohesion simultaneously. A fully human-centered system, in contrast, would require a separation between interpretive frameworks and governance mechanisms. Belief systems would remain voluntary and pluralistic, while governance systems would remain procedural and accountable without reliance on singular moral or metaphysical authority structures. The central tension in religion versus power is therefore not whether belief influences governance, but whether belief becomes indistinguishable from governance itself. When that boundary dissolves, systems gain stability, but at the cost of interpretive freedom and structural adaptability. In this sense, the convergence of religion and power represents one of the most stable and one of the most restrictive configurations in large-scale human organization. Stable because it is self-reinforcing, and restrictive because it limits the separation between truth, morality, and authority. God and the question of existence. When the concept of God is treated not as an assumed entity, but as a hypothesis about the structure of existence, it loses its default position as an explanatory necessity. In this framework, God becomes one possible interpretation among many rather than a required foundation for reality. If existence can arise without intention, then intention is no longer a necessary condition for reality to exist. This removes the structural requirement for purpose at the cosmic level. Instead, existence becomes self-contained, a system that does not require external justification in order to persist. Within such a model, the presence or absence of a creator does not fundamentally alter the fact of existence itself, only the interpretive narrative applied to it. From this perspective, the universe does not appear to exhibit directional intent. It does not behave as a system oriented toward moral outcomes, human experience, or evaluative balance. Instead, it operates through consistent processes that are indifferent to interpretation. This non-directed structure removes the necessity of design as an explanatory principle and replaces it with emergence, causality, and transformation without overarching narrative direction. The idea of intention behind existence is therefore reframed as a cognitive projection rather than a verified structural requirement. Human consciousness, being inherently pattern-seeking and agency-attributing, tends to interpret complex systems as intentional even when no intention is present. This is a byproduct of cognitive architecture rather than evidence of external design. Within this framework, the fear associated with existential finality, particularly the idea that consciousness ends without continuation, is not a contradiction of meaninglessness, but a confrontation with it. The emotional resistance to oblivion reflects the structure of experience itself. Consciousness exists as a continuity of awareness, and the removal of that continuity is difficult to represent internally because it cannot be experienced as a state. It can only be conceptualized as its absence. This creates a structural limitation in human cognition, the inability to directly simulate non-experience. As a result, death is often interpreted through models of continuation, even when those models are explicitly rejected. The mind tends to default toward some form of persistence, whether metaphysical, symbolic, or narrative, because pure absence cannot be fully rendered within conscious simulation. If a creator entity were proven to exist, but demonstrated indifference towards suffering, harm, and existential outcomes, then the presence of that entity would not resolve moral or existential tension. Instead, it would recontextualize it. In such a scenario, the concept of authority would no longer be associated with legitimacy, and the concept of creation would no longer imply care, guidance, or moral structure. This would introduce a different form of existential response, not submission, but opposition. In a system where the source of existence is indifferent yet powerful, the relationship between conscious beings and the creator becomes structurally adversarial rather than reverent. Authority without moral alignment ceases to function as legitimacy and becomes simply asymmetrical power. However, under a model where existence does not require a creator, this adversarial structure becomes unnecessary. Reality is not positioned as an agent to be opposed or obeyed, but as a condition to be experienced. In this interpretation, freedom is not derived from external permission, but from the absence of external authorship. The question of whether consciousness requires a creator becomes secondary to the observation that consciousness demonstrably exists within the system. Whether it is caused, emergent, or incidental does not alter its immediate reality. What changes is only the interpretive framing applied to it after the fact. Thus, the question of God shifts from a question of existence to a question of interpretation. It becomes less about what is real and more about what kind of narrative structure is imposed upon what is already real. At the deepest structural level, the question of God is not only a question about existence, but a question about whether existence requires authorship in order to be coherent. Human cognition has a persistent tendency to interpret systems through agency-based models. When complexity increases beyond immediate comprehension, the mind defaults toward assigning intent, even in cases where no intent is necessary for the system to function. This tendency is not random. It is a structural feature of cognition that evolved to predict behavior, interpret threats, and model social environments. However, when applied beyond its adaptive domain, particularly to cosmological scale systems, it produces interpretive overreach. The result is the construction of intentional frameworks where only causal frameworks are required. In this model, God becomes the highest form of agency projection, the extension of pattern recognition beyond observable agents into totality itself. Instead of interpreting individual systems as intentional, the entire system of existence is interpreted as intentionally constructed. This completes the cognitive pattern, but it does not necessarily correspond to any external requirement for intention. If existence is non-directed, then meaning is not embedded within it as an intrinsic property. Instead, meaning becomes a secondary layer constructed by conscious systems operating within it. This separates structure from interpretation. Reality remains consistent in its processes regardless of whether it is interpreted as meaningful, meaningless, designed, or accidental. From this perspective, the absence of a creator does not introduce a gap in explanation. It removes a category of explanation that is not structurally required for the system to function. Causality remains intact without intention. Complexity remains intact without design. Consciousness remains intact without authorship. However, the psychological consequence of this model is not neutral for most conscious systems. The removal of intentional structure at the cosmic level forces meaning generation entirely inward. No external narrative anchor remains to stabilize existential interpretation. This increases the cognitive load placed on the individual, who must now reconcile experience without reference to a guiding framework outside of the system itself. This is where existential discomfort originates, not from the absence of meaning in reality, but from the absence of pre-assigned meaning that the mind can adopt without construction. Consciousness prefers inherited structure over self-generated structure because inherited structure reduces uncertainty and decision fatigue. In the absence of a creator, moral systems also become non-authoritative in the absolute sense. They cannot be grounded in divine instruction, only in relational, experiential, or systemic consequences. This shifts morality from being externally anchored to being internally and socially negotiated. It becomes a system of interaction rather than a system of decree. Within this framework, the desire for cosmic justice or ultimate moral balancing is revealed as another extension of agency projection. It assumes that the universe itself must resolve moral asymmetry, when in practice, no such requirement is structurally evident. Harm and reward exist within systems of interaction, not as globally resolved properties of reality. This does not eliminate the reality of suffering, morality, or consequence. It simply relocates them from universal law into system-bound interaction. Meaning, morality, and value remain fully functional within conscious systems, but they no longer require external validation from a higher-order agent to exist. Thus, the question of God ultimately resolves into a structural distinction between two models of reality interpretation. One model assumes that existence must be authored to be meaningful. The other assumes that existence is sufficient without authorship, and meaning is a secondary emergent property of consciousness within it. In the second model, God is not disproven so much as rendered unnecessary as an explanatory layer for existence itself. The system remains complete without it. What remains is not absence, but autonomy of interpretation. Once the concept of God is removed as a necessary explanatory layer for existence, what remains is not philosophical emptiness, but a redistribution of explanatory responsibility. Instead of a single external source anchoring meaning, interpretation becomes distributed across conscious systems embedded within reality. This redistribution fundamentally changes the structure of moral and existential reasoning. Without an external authorial presence defining purpose, there is no universal directive embedded into existence that dictates what outcomes should occur. Instead, outcomes are evaluated entirely within localized systems of consciousness, where harm, benefit, survival, and suffering are defined relationally rather than causically. This creates a framework in which morality is no longer anchored to transcendental authority, but to observable consequence structures between sentient systems. In such a model, moral weight is not derived from divine assignment, but from the capacity of actions to affect conscious experience. This does not reduce morality. It reclassifies it from absolute decree into system-dependent evaluation. At the same time, the absence of a creator removes the concept of ultimate accountability beyond the boundaries of existence itself. There is no external tribunal, no final correction layer embedded into the structure of reality that resolves moral asymmetry in a guaranteed way. This forces all ethical systems to operate within the bounds of finite interaction rather than infinite correction. From a psychological standpoint, this has two competing effects. On one side, it removes the cognitive security provided by cosmic order and external purpose. On the other, it eliminates the structural dependency on external validation for meaning, forcing autonomy of interpretation at the level of the individual and collective mind. In this autonomous structure, meaning becomes a self-contained process rather than a discovered truth. It is generated through interaction, memory, consequence, and perception rather than retrieved from a pre-existing universal framework. Consciousness becomes both the observer and the generator of meaning simultaneously, without requiring external authorship to validate its output. This introduces a deeper structural implication. If meaning is fully emergent within conscious systems, then its stability depends entirely on the persistence and interaction of those systems. Meaning is not anchored in permanence, but in continuity of experience. When consciousness ends, meaning does not transfer outward into a universal repository. It terminates with the system that generated it. This does not reduce meaning to illusion, but it does redefine its scope. Meaning becomes local rather than universal, temporal rather than eternal, and relational rather than absolute. It exists as long as the conditions for consciousness exist, and it ceases when those conditions end. Within this framework, existential fear is not a contradiction of logic, but a direct consequence of awareness. The recognition of finitude produces emotional resistance because consciousness is structured to preserve continuity. The awareness of discontinuity, therefore, creates internal tension between cognitive recognition and experiential preference. However, this tension does not imply that existence requires resolution at a cosmic level. It only implies that consciousness is not optimized for accepting non-continuity without resistance. The discomfort associated with finitude is therefore not evidence of external meaning, but evidence of internal structural constraints within cognition. When viewed without theological framing, existence does not require justification beyond its occurrence. It does not need to be authored in order to be real, nor does it need to be directed in order to be structured. It simply is, and within it, conscious systems generate interpretation, morality, and meaning as emergent properties of their interaction with reality. Thus, the removal of God does not collapse the system of meaning. It collapses only the assumption that meaning must originate externally. The question of God, when followed to its structural conclusion, does not resolve into affirmation or denial in the traditional sense. Instead, it resolves into a shift in explanatory hierarchy. What was once treated as an external source of meaning becomes reclassified as a human-constructed interpretive model used to stabilize uncertainty. In this final structure, existence does not depend on authorship, and meaning does not depend on external assignment. Both arise within the same closed system of conscious experience interacting with an indifferent or non-directed reality. The presence of a creator is therefore no longer required to complete the explanation of existence, because existence is not incomplete without it. What remains is a clear separation between reality as a physical process and meaning as a cognitive construction. Reality continues independently of interpretation. Meaning exists only within systems capable of generating it. These two layers operate in parallel, but are not dependent on one another for structural validity. From this perspective, the concept of God is not eliminated from thought, but repositioned. It becomes one possible interpretive overlay among many, rather than a necessary foundation for understanding existence. Its function is no longer explanatory necessity, but optional narrative structure. This repositioning removes the requirement for ultimate purpose embedded within reality itself. Purpose is no longer assumed to be a feature of existence, but a feature of consciousness interpreting existence. In doing so, responsibility for meaning is no longer externalized. It becomes internal, distributed, and continuously constructed by conscious agents within the system. The psychological consequence of this framework is not the disappearance of meaning, but the removal of guaranteed meaning. Meaning is no longer inherited as a fixed property of reality. It becomes something that must be generated, maintained, and revised within the limits of experience. In this model, existence does not require justification beyond its occurrence. It does not require direction, intention, or authorship to remain coherent. It simply persists as a structured process, while consciousness persists as an interpreting process within it. Thus, the question of God ultimately resolves into a distinction between necessity and interpretation. As a necessity, it is not required for the functioning of existence. As interpretation, it remains available as a narrative framework for those who construct meaning through it. The system remains complete without resolution into a single answer. It remains structurally intact whether or not a creator is assumed. What changes is not reality itself, but the framework through which reality is interpreted. In that sense, the question of God does not end with proof or disproof. It ends with repositioning, from foundational explanation to optional meaning structure within conscious experience. The supernatural and pattern seeking. The concept of the supernatural, when analyzed structurally, does not require the existence of external non-physical forces in order to emerge within human cognition. Instead, it can be understood as a byproduct of pattern recognition operating under conditions of incomplete information. Human perception is not a direct recording of reality, but a continuous interpretive reconstruction of sensory input. Within this reconstruction process, the brain prioritizes pattern completion over ambiguity resolution. When information is incomplete, uncertain, or statistically noisy, the mind tends to fill gaps with the most coherent available model. This is not an error in design, but a functional feature of predictive cognition. Within this framework, supernatural interpretation emerges when unknown or poorly understood phenomena are assigned intentional structure or external causality beyond immediate explanatory reach. These assignments may take the form of divine agency, symbolic meaning, or perceived higher-order systems that operate outside conventional physical understanding. The reinforcement of such interpretations is often amplified by cultural narrative systems that condition individuals to associate unexplained events with intentional design. When a cultural framework normalizes the idea that unexplained phenomena are meaningful or directed, the threshold for attributing intent to randomness becomes significantly lower. Over time, this produces a cognitive environment where uncertainty is less likely to remain neutral and more likely to be interpreted through structured meaning. However, not all supernatural interpretations arise from cultural conditioning alone. Human cognition itself has an inherent bias toward agency detection. This means that the mind is more likely to assume the presence of an actor behind an event than to assume pure randomness, particularly in situations involving fear, uncertainty, or emotional intensity. This bias is evolutionarily adaptive in threat detection contexts, but it becomes structurally overextended when applied to abstract or cosmological questions. From this perspective, supernatural belief systems can be understood as extensions of a general cognitive mechanism, the transformation of unknown patterns into intentional structures. This mechanism does not require deception or irrationality. It functions as a default interpretive strategy under conditions where predictive models are incomplete. Reports of anomalous perception, dream states, or altered cognitive experiences further complicate this structure, not because they necessarily confirm external supernatural systems, but because they demonstrate the brain's ability to generate highly coherent symbolic narratives without external input. In such states, internal memory synthesis, emotional processing, and associative pattern linking can produce experiences that feel externally sourced due to their internal coherence and symbolic density. Importantly, the presence of vivid or meaningful subjective experiences does not, within this framework, function as validation of external ontological structures. Instead, it demonstrates the capacity of consciousness to construct internally consistent narrative systems that are experienced as externally significant. The cross-cultural recurrence of similar supernatural motifs suggests that these structures are not isolated inventions, but emergent properties of shared cognitive architecture. Human brains, regardless of cultural context, operate under similar constraints. Limited information, pattern-seeking bias, mortality awareness, and uncertainty intolerance. These shared constraints produce convergent narrative solutions that manifest as recurring archetypes, symbolic systems, and interpretive frameworks. Technological and scientific advancement does not eliminate supernatural interpretation, it restructures it. As explanatory gaps close in one domain, interpretive projection often shifts into new domains where uncertainty remains. This results in a migration of supernatural framing rather than its complete disappearance. The underlying cognitive mechanism remains active, even if its outputs change form. At the highest structural level, supernatural belief can be understood as a byproduct of the brain's requirement to produce continuous explanatory models, even in environments where full explanation is not available. When explanation is incomplete, cognition does not default to absence of interpretation. It defaults to speculative completion. In this sense, the supernatural is not a separate domain of reality, but a mode of interpretation applied to unresolved complexity. A deeper implication of pattern-seeking cognition is that it does not merely interpret reality, it actively compresses it. Human consciousness is not capable of holding full environmental complexity in raw form. Instead, it constructs simplified internal models that prioritize prediction, emotional relevance, and survival utility over complete fidelity to underlying structure. This compression process is essential for functioning, but it introduces unavoidable distortion. In environments where information is incomplete or ambiguous, compressed models must extrapolate beyond available data. These extrapolations are not experienced as guesses, but as perceived structure. When the extrapolated structure aligns strongly with emotional or symbolic salience, it can be interpreted as externally meaningful rather than internally generated. This is one of the key structural pathways through which supernatural frameworks emerge, not from a failure of intelligence, but from the necessity of completing incomplete models. The mind prefers coherent narrative closure over unresolved ambiguity, even when closure is speculative rather than grounded in verifiable data. As a result, human cognition often treats pattern completion as discovery rather than construction. The distinction between finding a pattern and building a pattern to resolve uncertainty becomes blurred under conditions of limited information. This blurring is especially pronounced in high emotion states, where uncertainty tolerance decreases and interpretive urgency increases. Within this framework, the supernatural can be understood as a category of high-confidence pattern completion applied to low-information domains. The confidence is not necessarily derived from external verification, but from internal coherence and emotional resonance. The stronger the internal coherence, the more real the constructed model feels to the experiencing subject, regardless of its external validity. This mechanism also explains why supernatural interpretation is resistant to simple elimination through contradiction. Logical correction alone does not fully dismantle a pattern that is supported by emotional salience, symbolic reinforcement, and identity. Integration. Once a pattern becomes embedded as part of an individual's interpretive structure of reality, it ceases to function purely as a belief and begins to function as a cognitive framework through which experience is filtered. At the collective level, this produces shared symbolic systems that appear stable across time and geography. These systems are not necessarily identical in content, but they are structurally similar in function. They provide explanatory coverage for uncertainty, moral framing for behavior, and narrative continuity for existence. This structural similarity emerges because the underlying cognitive architecture generating them is consistent across human populations. It is also important to note that pattern seeking does not distinguish inherently between internal and external sources of structure. A thought generated internally and a perception derived externally are processed through overlapping neural pathways. This creates a fundamental ambiguity in experience. The brain must infer whether a perceived pattern originates from the environment or from internal synthesis. Most of the time, this inference is accurate enough for survival, but in edge cases, particularly under uncertainty, it can produce interpretive overreach. This overreach is not random. It tends to follow emotionally and conceptually significant lines. Systems that relate to identity, mortality, agency, or existential structure are more likely to be subject to supernatural framing because they occupy the highest priority zones in cognitive processing. These domains are where uncertainty is least tolerable, and therefore where the strongest pressure for interpretive closure exists. From a structural perspective, supernatural belief is not an isolated category of thought, but a recurring outcome of a general cognitive requirement: the need to transform incomplete information into actionable internal models. When the cost of uncertainty exceeds the cost of speculation, the system defaults toward interpretive completion. This means that supernatural interpretation is not an anomaly within human cognition, but a predictable consequence of its operating constraints. One of the more critical structural properties of pattern-seeking cognition is that it is self-reinforcing. Once a pattern is identified and integrated into an internal model of reality, future perception begins to filter through that model. This creates a feedback loop in which interpretation shapes perception, and perception further confirms interpretation. This mechanism is not exclusive to supernatural belief, but supernatural frameworks are particularly susceptible to it due to their flexible explanatory structure. Because supernatural models are often capable of accommodating contradiction through reinterpretation rather than rejection, they tend to resist falsification in the same way that strictly empirical models do. Instead of collapsing under inconsistency, they adapt by expanding interpretive scope. This adaptability allows supernatural frameworks to persist even when confronted with disconfirming evidence, because disconfirmation is itself reinterpreted within the model rather than treated as structural invalidation. In cognitive terms, the model absorbs contradiction instead of breaking under it. At the same time, the human brain does not maintain a single unified interpretive model. It operates through layered and competing systems of interpretation, where emotional processing, intuitive inference, and analytical reasoning may produce conflicting conclusions simultaneously. Supernatural belief often emerges in the intersection between these systems, where intuitive inference overrides analytical constraint due to speed, emotional intensity, or uncertainty load. His layered architecture means that even individuals who reject supernatural explanations at a conscious analytical level may still experience implicit pattern attribution at lower cognitive levels. The result is not binary belief or disbelief, but a spectrum of interpretive tendencies that activate under different conditions of stress, uncertainty, or emotional salience. Another structural feature of pattern seeking is its tendency toward completion bias. Incomplete patterns generate cognitive discomfort, which the mind attempts to resolve by filling in missing elements. When external data is insufficient, the system substitutes internally generated structure. These substitutions are then experienced as insight, intuition, or revelation, depending on the subjective framing applied to them. This completion bias becomes particularly significant in domains involving existential uncertainty. Questions related to mortality, origin, purpose, and consciousness lack fully verifiable closure within human experience. As a result, they are especially prone to interpretive completion mechanisms that generate narrative structures extending beyond available evidence. Within this framework, supernatural systems can be seen as high-level completion architectures applied to unresolved existential domains. They provide structural closure where empirical closure is unavailable, allowing consciousness to maintain interpretive continuity in the absence of definitive answers. However, this closure is not neutral. It carries structural consequences for how reality is modeled. Once existential questions are assigned completed narrative structures, future reasoning is constrained within those structures. This can reduce uncertainty, but it can also reduce model flexibility by anchoring interpretation to fixed explanatory assumptions. There is also a compounding effect over time. As supernatural frameworks are transmitted across generations or communities, they accumulate interpretive refinement. Each iteration strengthens internal coherence while potentially increasing distance from direct empirical grounding. This does not necessarily weaken their internal consistency. In many cases, it strengthens it. But it does alter the relationship between model and underlying reality. In parallel, scientific and empirical frameworks operate under a different constraint structure. They are designed to prioritize falsifiability and revision under contradiction. This creates a structural tension between high-flexibility interpretive systems, which prioritize coherence and closure, and high-correction systems, which prioritize external alignment and revision. Human cognition must operate across both domains simultaneously. It requires internal narrative stability to function in real time, while also requiring external model correction to maintain long-term accuracy. The coexistence of these systems means that supernatural interpretation is never fully eliminated, but it is continuously modulated by competing frameworks of evidence-based reasoning. At a broader level, this suggests that supernatural cognition is not a distinct or separable system within the human mind, but a persistent mode of operation that emerges whenever uncertainty exceeds available explanatory resolution. It is activated not by belief alone, but by structural necessity within the limits of predictive modeling capacity. When all layers are considered together, supernatural interpretation is not best understood as a separate domain of reality, but as an emergent property of cognitive architecture operating under uncertainty. It arises from the interaction between incomplete information, predictive modeling requirements, and the brain's structural bias toward pattern completion and agency detection. Across all levels of analysis, individual, cultural, and systemic, the same underlying mechanism remains consistent. Consciousness does not experience reality as raw data, but as continuously constructed interpretation. This interpretation is not optional, but necessary for functioning within any environment where full information is unavailable or computationally inaccessible. Supernatural frameworks, in this context, represent one of the most stable forms of interpretive completion. They provide structure where uncertainty exists, continuity where gaps appear, and narrative cohesion where fragmentation would otherwise dominate experience. Their persistence across time and cultures is not evidence of external validation, but evidence of recurring cognitive demand under shared structural constraints. At the same time, the strength of these frameworks is directly tied to the conditions that produce them. When uncertainty is high and explanatory coverage is low, interpretive completion becomes dominant. When uncertainty is reduced through external modeling systems, such as empirical observation and predictive correction, supernatural interpretation becomes less necessary as a primary explanatory tool, but not eliminated as a cognitive mode. This leads to a key structural conclusion. Supernatural thinking is not a deviation from rational cognition, but a parallel output of the same system under different operating conditions. It is the mind's method of maintaining coherence when full resolution is unavailable. What distinguishes different epistemic frameworks is not the presence or absence of pattern seeking, but how those patterns are validated, revised, or retained. Some systems prioritize internal coherence and symbolic stability. Others prioritize external verification and adaptive correction. Human cognition operates within both simultaneously, producing a layered reality model in which interpretation and verification are continuously interacting. From this perspective, supernatural belief does not require external dismissal to be understood. It requires structural placement. It occupies the space between incomplete knowledge and necessary interpretation, functioning as a bridge rather than a conclusion. Once this is understood, the supernatural ceases to function as an explanatory competitor to empirical systems and instead becomes a predictable outcome of cognitive limitation under uncertainty. It is not a separate reality layer competing with physical structure, but a meaning generation layer operating on top of it. Thus, the supernatural is not removed from human cognition, nor is it required as a literal external system in order to explain human experience. It exists as an emergent interpretive response to the conditions under which consciousness must operate. In the end, what remains consistent is not the truth or falsehood of supernatural claims, but the underlying necessity of interpretation itself. Consciousness does not encounter reality in a finalized form. It constructs reality as a usable model. Within that construction process, supernatural interpretation is one of many possible configurations the model can take when facing the limits of what can be known. Faith in religious and secular forms continuation and close. At a structural level, faith is not confined to religion. It operates as a universal cognitive mechanism required for functioning in incomplete information environments. Any system that involves prediction beyond direct observation necessarily contains some form of faith, even when it is not labeled as such. In this sense, faith is not an exception to rationality, but a foundational layer beneath it. Human cognition cannot operate without assumptions. Every decision made under uncertainty contains implicit commitments to unverified outcomes. Even the rejection of belief systems itself relies on a form of trust in alternative frameworks, whether empirical, logical, or experiential. However, modern civilization does not distribute faith evenly. Instead, it channels it into structured systems that compete for cognitive authority. Institutions, governments, economic systems, technological infrastructures, and ideological frameworks all function as containers for collective trust. These systems require participation in assumptions about stability, continuity, and reliability in order to function at scale. This creates a paradox. Even systems that define themselves as rational or empirical still depend on foundational trust structures that cannot be fully verified by any single individual. Large-scale coordination requires acceptance of abstraction layers that exceed direct experience. In practice, this means that faith is not eliminated in modern systems. It is redistributed into institutional form. At the individual level, this redistribution produces a tension between perceived autonomy and actual dependency. Individuals may believe they are operating primarily through rational analysis, while still relying on deeply embedded trust structures for economic, social, and informational stability. This creates an environment where faith is often invisible to the individual holding it. Within this framework, skepticism is not the absence of faith, but a reorientation of it. It shifts trust away from inherited narrative structures and toward continuous revision processes. However, even skepticism must rely on some form of provisional acceptance in order to function, because absolute non-assumption would prevent any action at all. Thus, the distinction is not between faith and no faith, but between explicit and implicit forms of trust. Religious systems tend to externalize and formalize faith into structured belief systems, while secular systems tend to distribute it across institutional, empirical, and procedural frameworks. From a systems perspective, neither form is structurally superior in terms of eliminating faith. The difference lies in how visible the assumptions are and how rigidly they are enforced. When assumptions are made explicit, they become easier to question. When they are embedded into infrastructure, they become harder to identify but more stable in operation. In either case, faith functions as a stabilizing mechanism for uncertainty, not as a verification of truth. It allows systems, both individual and collective, to function under conditions where complete knowledge is impossible. The consequence of this structure is that the disappearance of religion would not eliminate faith. It would simply redistribute it into new domains of trust, authority, and interpretation. The underlying cognitive mechanism would remain unchanged, even if its expressions shifted. Thus, faith is not removed from civilization, it is reorganized by it. When examined fully, faith cannot be isolated as a singular phenomenon tied exclusively to religion. It is a structural requirement of cognition operating under uncertainty. Whether expressed through belief systems, institutional trust, skepticism, or empirical frameworks, it remains present as the mechanism that allows action without complete knowledge. Religious and secular systems differ not in whether they contain faith, but in how they distribute it, formalize it, and embed it into collective behavior. One externalizes it into narrative structures. The other disperses it into procedural and institutional trust networks. Both rely on the same underlying necessity: incomplete information in a non-deterministic experiential environment. The result is that faith is not a variable that can be eliminated from human systems. It is a constant that changes only in form. Civilization does not remove faith, it reorganizes it into whatever structures best stabilize uncertainty at scale. In this sense, the question is not whether faith exists, but how it is structured, where it is placed, and who or what it is ultimately trusted to stabilize. Art 5 Humanity. Morality and its origins. When morality is examined without assuming pre-existing external authority, it becomes structurally dependent on the presence of consciousness itself. In this framework, morality does not exist as a property of the universe independent of observers, but as a relational system generated within and between conscious agents. Without consciousness, there is no evaluative layer capable of assigning value, harm, benefit, or intention. A non-sentient system contains only states and transitions, not moral significance. Morality, therefore, cannot be embedded into inanimate matter in any intrinsic sense. It only emerges when experience becomes possible. From this perspective, morality is not discovered as an external truth, but constructed as a functional framework for managing interaction between conscious systems. Its origin is therefore not metaphysical, but behavioral and environmental. A convergence of survival pressure, social coordination, emotional cognition, and threat avoidance mechanisms. These origins explain why moral systems often converge in structure but diverge in expression. Different environments produce different survival pressures, which in turn produce different moral priorities. However, the underlying function remains stable. Morality serves as a regulating system for behavior within groups of interacting conscious agents. At the individual level, moral belief is rarely formed in isolation. It is heavily influenced by inherited cultural structures, early developmental conditioning, and authority-based reinforcement. This produces a strong tendency for moral systems to be experienced as objective even when they are socially transmitted constructs. Once internalized, these systems often resist revision because they are tied to identity, belonging, and perceived correctness. However, morality as a system is not structurally fixed. It is capable of continuous reconstruction as environmental conditions, informational access, and social dynamics change. In this sense, morality is not a static rule set, but an evolving interpretive model for optimizing coexistence under shifting constraints. A key distinction arises between morality as structure and morality as justification. Structure refers to the actual behavioral patterns a system produces. Justification refers to the narrative explanations attached to those patterns. In many cases, justification systems are retrofitted onto existing behaviors rather than being the origin of them. This creates a disconnect between moral identity and moral behavior. Individuals may believe their moral framework is absolute or divinely anchored, while their actual behavioral ethics remain influenced by context, emotion, survival pressure, and social reward systems. This gap between stated morality and functional morality is one of the most consistent features of human moral systems. Within this framework, harm is not inherently defined as universally wrong, but is conditionally evaluated based on context, consequence, and systemic interpretation. Even concepts like wrongness depend on the existence of a shared evaluative system. Without such a system, actions exist without moral classification. Enforcement plays a critical role in stabilizing moral systems at scale. Without consequence structures, social, legal, or environmental, moral frameworks tend to lose coherence under pressure from competing incentives. This does not mean morality is created by enforcement, but that enforcement stabilizes moral interpretation across groups with conflicting interests. Over time, moral systems tend to shift in response to technological, economic, and informational changes. What is considered moral in one historical context may become reinterpreted in another as conditions change. This suggests that morality is not decaying in a simple linear sense, but undergoing continuous structural reconfiguration. However, perception of moral decay often arises when transitional phases are interpreted as decline rather than transformation. When older moral frameworks lose dominance, but new frameworks have not fully stabilized, the system appears incoherent or fragmented. At the deepest level, morality exists only within the scope of conscious experience. It does not extend beyond it, nor does it persist in the absence of it. It is a relational property of minds interacting with each other, not a universal property embedded into reality itself. To understand the origin of morality, it must first be separated from its modern interpretation as a fixed rule system. Morality does not begin as law, philosophy, or doctrine. It begins as a functional response to interaction between conscious agents sharing limited resources under conditions of uncertainty. At its earliest structural level, morality emerges from friction. Whenever multiple conscious systems occupy overlapping environments, their needs will inevitably intersect. These intersections produce conflict potential, competition for resources, space, safety, reproduction, and survival continuity. In such an environment, pure self-interest without constraint leads to instability at the group level. This instability reduces long-term survival probability for all participants, including those acting in purely self-serving ways. Morality, therefore, begins not as an abstract ideal, but as a stabilizing adaptation. It is a behavioral compression system that reduces destructive variance in group interaction. In other words, morality emerges as a constraint layer that allows multiple competing conscious systems to coexist without collapsing into constant conflict. The earliest form of morality is not belief, but pattern reinforcement through consequence. Actions that preserve group stability tend to be repeated. Actions that destabilize group cohesion tend to be punished, avoided, or excluded. Over time, these patterns harden into expectations. Expectations become norms. Norms become internalized rules. Only after this full progression does morality begin to appear as something abstract or higher. This means morality is downstream from behavior, not upstream from it. Before moral reasoning exists, there is only outcome observation, what preserves continuity and what disrupts it. As cognitive complexity increases, humans begin to encode these patterns symbolically. Language allows survival-based behavioral rules to be abstracted into generalized principles. This abstraction creates the illusion that morality exists as an independent domain, when in reality it is a compressed representation of repeated survival interactions across time. At the neurological level, morality is closely linked to prediction systems. The brain continuously models social consequences. If I do X, what will others do in response? Over time, these predictive models become emotionally reinforced. Positive outcomes produce reinforcement signals. Negative outcomes produce avoidance conditioning. This reinforcement loop gradually transforms predictive models into felt moral intuition. Empathy plays a secondary but important role in this development. It functions as an internal simulation mechanism, allowing an individual to approximate the internal states of others. This improves prediction accuracy in social environments, but also creates the illusion that moral value exists independently of interaction. In reality, empathy is a modeling tool, not a source of objective valuation. As societies scale beyond small groups, morality becomes increasingly abstracted to maintain coherence across larger populations. Direct consequence-based morality, where individuals personally experience outcomes of their actions, is replaced by institutional morality, where consequences are mediated through systems such as law, religion, or governance. This transition allows morality to function at scale, but also introduces distortion between action and consequence. At this stage, morality becomes partially detached from its origin function. Instead of emerging directly from interaction outcomes, it becomes enforced through symbolic authority systems that attempt to preserve stability across populations too large for direct feedback loops. This is where moral divergence begins to increase significantly across cultures and time periods. Once morality is no longer strictly grounded in immediate consequence feedback, it becomes increasingly shaped by narrative structure, institutional reinforcement, and inherited ideology. Despite this divergence, the origin function remains unchanged. Morality continues to serve as a stabilizing constraint system for conscious agents sharing environments of limited resources and competing survival demands. Even when moral systems are heavily abstracted, the underlying mechanism remains the same. Reduce destructive interaction variance while maintaining group continuity. This is the core origin point of morality, not as a philosophical truth, but as a necessary emergent property of conscious systems interacting under constraint. When morality is traced back to its structural origin, it does not resolve into an absolute principle, divine command, or universal law. Instead, it resolves into a functional necessity, a stabilizing framework that emerges wherever conscious systems coexist under conditions of limitation, uncertainty, and shared environment. Its origin is not external to behavior, but embedded within it. Morality begins as consequence pattern recognition, evolves through reinforcement, and stabilizes into structured norms only after repeated cycles of interaction produce predictable outcomes. What is later interpreted as ethical principle is, at its foundation, a compressed record of survival-based interaction dynamics. As systems scale, morality becomes increasingly abstracted from its immediate origin. Direct feedback loops, where actions and consequences are closely linked, are replaced by mediated systems of enforcement, interpretation, and institutional control. This abstraction allows morality to extend beyond small groups, but it also introduces distance between behavior and consequence, which in turn creates variability in moral interpretation. Despite this evolution, the underlying function of morality does not change. It continues to serve as a constraint mechanism that regulates interaction between conscious agents in shared environments. It reduces instability, manages conflict potential, and increases the probability of sustained coexistence across time. The perception of morality as something absolute arises not from its origin, but from its stabilization within cultural systems. Once moral patterns become sufficiently reinforced and embedded into identity structures, they begin to appear external and objective rather than emergent and functional. This creates the illusion of moral permanence, even though the underlying system remains adaptive and responsive to environmental conditions. At no point does morality require independent existence outside of conscious systems. It does not exist in isolation from observers, nor does it persist in the absence of experiential entities capable of evaluating outcomes. Its entire structure is dependent on interaction, perception, and consequence. When viewed in full, morality is not a fixed law embedded in reality, but a dynamic equilibrium system produced by the interaction of conscious agents attempting to reduce destructive variance within shared environments. Its origin is not transcendent, it is structural. Its authority is not external, it is emergent. Its function is not absolute, it is adaptive. Good and evil as constructs or realities. When examined structurally, the concepts of good and evil function less as universal properties of action and more as interpretive labels applied by conscious observers attempting to categorize complex behavior under simplified evaluative frameworks. These labels do not exist in the absence of perception, because without conscious evaluation, there is no mechanism by which actions are assigned moral polarity. Within this framework, moral polarity is not a feature of reality itself, but a feature of interpretation applied to reality. Actions occur as neutral events within physical systems. Meaning is assigned afterward through conscious evaluation based on perceived harm, benefit, intent, and context. This means that what is called good or evil is not embedded into action, but layered onto it through cognitive and social processing. At the same time, despite being constructed categories, they are not functionally irrelevant. These labels persist because they serve as compressed decision tools for rapid moral judgment in high-complexity environments. Without them, every action would require full contextual analysis, which is not cognitively or socially scalable. Good and evil, in this sense, are heuristic systems rather than absolute truths. However, heuristic systems introduce distortion. Because they compress complex behavior into binary or near-binary categories, they tend to flatten nuance. This can result in overgeneralization, where fundamentally different actions are grouped under the same moral label due to shared surface characteristics rather than shared underlying intent or consequent structure. One of the most significant structural consequences of moral labeling is that it creates asymmetry in perception. Once an action is categorized as evil, it often becomes cognitively separated from the full humanity of the actor, allowing for moral distance that can justify escalation, retaliation, or dehumanization. Conversely, actions labeled as good can be insulated from critique even when they produce complex or mixed outcomes. This asymmetry demonstrates that good and evil are not neutral descriptors. They are active framing devices that influence downstream interpretation of behavior. They do not merely describe moral reality, they shape it through perception. At the societal level, this creates competing moral narratives rather than a unified moral truth. Different groups may interpret identical actions through opposing moral lenses, each internally consistent within its own framework. This leads to moral conflict, not because one side lacks morality, but because the underlying evaluative system is not universally standardized. From a structural perspective, the claim that evil outweighs good reflects not an objective measurement system, but a subjective weighting of negative experiences, which are typically more emotionally salient and cognitively persistent than positive ones. Human cognition is biased toward threat detection and harm memory retention, which can amplify perceptions of negative moral weight relative to positive reinforcement. At the deepest level, the persistence of good and evil as categories suggests not that they are real properties of the universe, but that they are deeply embedded cognitive tools used to stabilize social interpretation of behavior. Their removal would not eliminate moral judgment, but would force judgment to operate at a higher resolution level, requiring continuous contextual evaluation rather than categorical assignment. However, this would also increase cognitive load and reduce interpretive efficiency in large-scale social systems. As a result, these constructs persist not because they are fully accurate, but because they are functionally efficient within the constraints of human cognition and society. When fully reduced to structural origin, good and evil do not exist as independent forces or universal truths. They exist as interpretive compression tools generated by conscious systems attempting to navigate complex social and behavioral environments. Their strength lies in simplicity, not precision. They allow rapid categorization of actions under uncertainty, but in doing so they inevitably distort the full complexity of those actions. This distortion is not accidental, but inherent to their function. Across individuals and cultures, variation in moral judgment demonstrates that these categories are not fixed properties of reality, but adaptive interpretive frameworks shaped by environment, survival pressures, cultural inheritance, and cognitive bias. Even so, they remain persistent because they solve a structural problem: how to evaluate behavior at scale without requiring full contextual reconstruction of every action. In this sense, good and evil are not truths discovered within reality, but tools constructed to make reality navigable. The consequence is a permanent tension between accuracy and usability. The more precise moral evaluation becomes, the less scalable it is. The more scalable it becomes, the less precise it is. Good and evil exist firmly on the side of scalability, not precision. Thus, they are not illusions in the sense of being useless, nor are they realities in the sense of being objective. They are functional constructs, stable enough to guide behavior, but flexible enough to vary across time, culture, and context. Progress and technological expansion. Technological progress, when examined without ideological framing, does not inherently contain moral direction. It is structurally neutral in origin, emerging from the interaction between curiosity, necessity, competition, and resource optimization. The moral classification of technology only arises after its deployment within social systems that assign value to its outcomes. In modern civilization, however, technological development is no longer driven primarily by pure curiosity or collective survival optimization. It is increasingly shaped by profit incentives, where the direction of innovation is guided by economic return rather than universal benefit. This shifts technological evolution away from neutral expansion of capability and toward selectively optimized systems that prioritize financial extraction, scalability, and control efficiency. As a result, technological systems often reflect the structure of the incentive systems that produce them. Technology does not evolve in isolation. It evolves as an extension of the social and economic frameworks in which it is embedded. This means that the same underlying technological capacity can produce radically different outcomes depending on the governing structure of its development. One of the central misunderstandings in public perception of technology is the assumption that technological systems are inherently external to control systems. In reality, modern technology is deeply integrated into systems of data extraction, behavioral modeling, and predictive influence. Even widely accepted platforms operate through large-scale data infrastructure that continuously maps human behavior patterns. The distinction between normal data systems and advanced surveillance is often a matter of scale and visibility rather than structural difference. This creates a cognitive dissonance in public perception. Visible or novel forms of technological control are often feared, while normalized systems of data collection are accepted due to familiarity. The emotional response is therefore not always aligned with structural reality, but with perceived novelty and narrative framing. Technological progress also does not occur in isolation from fear. Human response to emerging systems is often characterized by resistance when those systems disrupt established behavioral expectations. This resistance is not necessarily irrational. It is a stability-preserving reaction from systems adapting to rapid change. However, it often fails to distinguish between harmful implementations of technology and the neutral existence of the technology itself. At a structural level, technology functions as an amplifier. It intensifies existing social, political, and psychological tendencies rather than replacing them. Systems that prioritize control will use technology for control. Systems that prioritize liberation can use the same underlying tools for expansion of autonomy. The technology itself does not determine direction. The governing incentive structure does. Within this framework, technological ethics cannot be separated from power distribution. Whoever controls the direction of technological deployment effectively shapes its moral expression. This makes technological expansion inseparable from questions of governance, economic structure, and systemic authority. There are, however, conceptual boundaries where technological expansion may produce instability beyond recoverable thresholds. Certain classes of hypothetical technologies, particularly those involving irreversible causality manipulation or total system annihilation, introduce risks not only to social systems, but to structural continuity itself. These categories are not defined by moral judgment alone, but by potential irreversibility of systemic outcome. Despite these risks, the trajectory of technological development continues to be driven forward by the same underlying forces: competition, optimization, and expansion of capability. Whether this trajectory results in stabilization, collapse, or transformation depends less on technology itself and more on the systems governing its application. Progress is not a moral direction, it is a movement of capability. Technology is not inherently liberating or oppressive. It is a force multiplier for whatever system it is embedded within. It expands the reach of intent, but does not define the intent itself. The outcome of technological expansion is therefore not determined by invention alone, but by structure. Who controls implementation, how incentives are distributed, and what forms of power are allowed to guide deployment. In this sense, technological progress does not guarantee improvement, nor does it guarantee collapse. It guarantees change in capacity. Whether that capacity produces liberation, control, stability, or disruption is determined at the systemic level, not the technological one. Thus, technology is not the driver of civilization's direction. It is the acceleration of its existing trajectory. The future of humanity. When projecting the trajectory of humanity forward, the first structural constant is instability. Human civilization does not operate as a fixed system, but as a continuously shifting network of competing incentives, belief systems, resource distributions, and power structures. These variables interact nonlinearly, meaning small shifts in one domain can produce disproportionately large effects in others. At scale, this produces systemic volatility rather than equilibrium. Civilization does not converge naturally toward stability. It oscillates between temporary stabilizations and periods of disruption. These cycles are reinforced by the presence of competing ideological systems, each attempting to impose its own framework of order onto a shared and finite environment. Religious, political, and economic systems function as parallel organizing structures, each carrying its own narrative about purpose, authority, and moral legitimacy. When these systems overlap within the same global environment, friction is unavoidable. This friction does not require malicious intent to exist. It emerges structurally from incompatibility between belief systems operating on mutually exclusive assumptions of truth and authority. As technological and informational systems accelerate, these tensions do not disappear. Instead, they become more visible and more immediate. Communication speed increases the rate at which ideological conflict propagates, reducing the temporal distance between disagreement and reaction. This creates a perception of increasing instability, but in structural terms, it is also an increase in feedback speed within the system itself. Despite this acceleration, long-term trajectories in any finite system remain bounded by physical constraints. Civilizations exist within the limits of planetary resources, stellar lifespans, and thermodynamic entropy. These constraints ensure that no system of civilization can persist indefinitely in its current form without transformation. Change is not optional within finite systems, it is a structural requirement. Within this framework, collapse is not an exceptional event, but a recurring phase in systemic evolution. Collapse represents reorganization under constraint rather than absolute termination. Civilizations do not simply end, they reconfigure into new structures under altered conditions. However, the direction of this reconfiguration is not guaranteed to be progressive in any moral sense. Humanity's potential to escape internal conflict exists primarily at the level of capability, not implementation. The cognitive and technological capacity for large-scale coordination is present, but its activation depends on alignment of incentives, reduction of structural conflict drivers, and stabilization of interpretive frameworks across populations. Historically, this alignment has not occurred at global scale for sustained periods. Technological integration into human biology introduces additional layers of complexity. While selective medical augmentation can extend survival and repair biological limitation, full-scale identity integration with external systems introduces unresolved questions regarding autonomy, control, and continuity of self. The distinction between enhancement and replacement becomes increasingly unstable as integration deepens. The trajectory of humanity under current conditions suggests a bifurcation rather than a unified outcome. One path leads toward increased coordination, expanded capability, and potential long-range expansion beyond planetary boundaries. The other path leads toward intensified fragmentation, resource conflict, and systemic destabilization. Both outcomes exist simultaneously as potential expressions of the same underlying structure. Ultimately, the defining factor is not capacity, but directionality. How collective human systems choose to allocate power, define legitimacy, and structure cooperation under constraint. The future of humanity is not a single outcome, but a range of possible trajectories constrained by physical limits and shaped by internal system dynamics. Instability is not an anomaly within this framework. It is the default condition of a system composed of competing conscious agents, competing belief structures, and competing resource demands operating under finite constraints. Within this environment, collapse, transformation, or stabilization are not moral outcomes. They are structural possibilities dependent on how effectively humanity manages internal coordination, technological acceleration, and systemic conflict over time. A stable and expansive future is not impossible, but it is not guaranteed by progress alone. It requires alignment between capability and direction, between what humanity can do and how it chooses to organize what it does. Without that alignment, the system does not stop, it reorganizes. Extinction and cosmic fragility. From a structural perspective, extinction is not an anomaly within the history of intelligent systems. It is the statistical baseline outcome in environments where complexity increases faster than stability mechanisms can reliably contain risk. Most systems that achieve high levels of internal complexity also accumulate proportional fragility, because complexity introduces more failure points, more interdependencies, and more cascading modes of collapse. Within this framework, extinction is not a moral failure, but a systemic endpoint that emerges when stabilizing forces are outpaced by destabilizing dynamics. These dynamics can originate internally, through conflict, misalignment of incentives, and systemic inefficiencies, or externally, through environmental or cosmic forces that exceed the adaptive capacity of the system. However, in most self-organizing civilizations, internal fragility tends to dominate because it scales with the system itself. Technological development does not resolve this tension, it redistributes it. Certain technologies reduce existential risk by improving survival capacity, medical resilience, and environmental adaptability. Other technologies increase existential risk by amplifying destructive potential, accelerating conflict cycles, or compressing decision-making timeframes beyond safe response thresholds. As a result, technological progress simultaneously acts as both a stabilizing and destabilizing force, depending on its application and governance. The question of planetary dependency introduces a further structural constraint. Single-environment civilizations remain bound to the fragility of that environment. Multi-environment expansion theoretically reduces single-point failure risk, but introduces new layers of logistical, biological, and systemic complexity. In both cases, survival is not guaranteed. It is redistributed across different categories of risk. Extinction itself does not necessarily present as a singular dramatic event. In many models of civilizational decline, extinction is a gradual process of fragmentation, capability loss, and systemic disintegration that may occur without clear definitional boundaries. In such cases, the system does not end in a discrete moment. It dissolves into lower levels of organization over time until coherent civilization structure ceases to exist. The concept of cosmic indifference emerges naturally from this framework. The universe does not exhibit observable directional preference toward the preservation of intelligence. It operates under physical laws that are indifferent to conscious experience. The assignment of emotional or moral significance to this indifference is a product of cognitive projection rather than an external property of reality. If intelligent life is rare, the significance of its survival becomes a subjective valuation rather than an objective requirement. Systems do not inherently prioritize their own continuation unless they contain internal mechanisms that encode self-preservation as a stable behavioral attractor. Whether such preservation is considered important is dependent on the internal value structure of the system itself, not on any external directive. Despite the inability to fully predict or model all existential risks, civilizations can still develop partial mitigation strategies. These strategies operate not through complete foresight, but through redundancy, diversification, and constraint-based design. However, no system can fully eliminate unknown unknowns, meaning existential uncertainty remains a permanent structural condition of intelligence operating within a complex universe. Within this framework, extinction can be interpreted not as failure, but as a natural endpoint of finite systems operating under entropy constraints. All organized structures eventually transition into less organized states over time. Civilization, like any other complex system, is subject to this same directional pressure. Extinction is not an exception to civilization, it is one of its possible outcomes. Across all known systems of increasing complexity, stability is temporary unless continuously reinforced by internal structure and external conditions. When reinforcement fails or becomes insufficient, systems do not collapse in a singular moral moment. They degrade, fragment, or transition into lower levels of organization. From this perspective, extinction is not defined by meaning, intent, or judgment. It is defined by loss of sustained systemic coherence. Whether extinction occurs through internal instability, external force, or gradual dissolution, the underlying reality remains the same. Complex systems exist within finite constraints, and no configuration of intelligence is exempt from those constraints indefinitely. Thus, extinction is not an event that requires explanation in moral terms. It is a structural possibility inherent to all bounded systems in a universe governed by entropy and change. Art 6 Conclusions. What humanity ought to become or reject becoming. When all prior systems are reduced, morality, power, faith, governance, technology, extinction, and civilization itself, the remaining question is not what humanity is, but what direction it should stabilize toward if stability were chosen as a goal rather than assumed as an outcome. From this perspective, ought is not an external moral command, but a directional preference encoded by conscious systems attempting to reduce internal conflict, suffering, and fragmentation while increasing coherence, intelligence, and survivability. Even if purpose is not inherently embedded in existence, purpose can still emerge as a chosen structural constraint within a system capable of self-reflection. In that sense, humanity does not require a universal purpose to function, but it does require alignment if it intends to reduce self-inflicted instability. Without alignment, human systems default to fragmentation. Competing incentives, competing belief systems, and competing power structures that prioritize localized advantage over global stability. A peaceful civilization in this framework is not defined merely by the absence of war, but by the presence of systemic care, structures that prioritize survival, well-being, intelligence, and long-term continuity across all individuals rather than selectively distributing stability based on power or economic positioning. Intelligence, under such a system, is not treated as a threat or anomaly, but as a resource necessary for accurate navigation of reality. At the same time, any meaningful transformation requires rejection of certain structural patterns that have historically dominated human organization. These include centralized coercive control systems, persistent division-based identity hierarchies, and incentive structures that prioritize accumulation of power or wealth at the expense of collective stability. In such systems, human well-being becomes secondary to system maintenance, rather than being the primary function of the system itself. A fully peaceful human condition would require a convergence between individual and collective stability. Individual fulfillment and collective health would no longer exist in opposition, but as mutually reinforcing outcomes of the same structural design. In this configuration, freedom and stability cease to be competing forces and instead become expressions of the same underlying condition: absence of coercive instability. Under such a model, governance as it currently exists would no longer function as a hierarchy of authority, but would instead dissolve into distributed coordination systems focused on maintaining baseline conditions for survival, development, and equitable resource access. The concept of enforced dominance would be replaced by system-level maintenance of equilibrium conditions. Suffering, while structurally unavoidable in absolute terms, becomes a variable that can be significantly reduced through design rather than tolerated as an inherent requirement of existence. The goal shifts from justification of suffering to minimization of unnecessary suffering caused by systemic inefficiency, conflict, or exploitation. Human nature itself does not need to be destroyed or replaced, but redirected. The underlying drives, survival, curiosity, attachment, fear, cooperation, competition, are not inherently destructive. They become destructive only when placed into systems that reward instability rather than coherence. A final stable configuration of humanity, if such a state is possible, would likely resemble a global system in which conflict is not eliminated by suppression, but made structurally unnecessary through alignment of incentive systems, resource distribution, and technological support. In such a condition, human effort would shift away from internal competition and toward exploration, understanding, and expansion of capability. However, the defining requirement of this transformation is not technological alone, it is structural. Without changes in how power, resources, and legitimacy are distributed, technological advancement alone cannot produce stable peace. Ultimately, what humanity must avoid becoming is a system that perpetuates itself through fear, division, and controlled scarcity, while misidentifying those mechanisms as necessary for survival. A civilization that mistakes internal conflict for inevitability risks becoming locked into repeating cycles of instability rather than progressing beyond them. Humanity does not require a predetermined purpose to continue existing, but it does require structural coherence if it intends to move beyond its current cycles of conflict, fragmentation, and instability. The question of what humanity ought to become is therefore not a moral command imposed from outside, but a systems-level design question. What configuration minimizes unnecessary suffering, maximizes coherent development, and sustains long-term continuity under the constraints of reality? If such a direction is chosen, then peace is not an abstract ideal. It becomes a structural outcome of alignment between individual well-being and collective stability. If it is not chosen, then humanity does not stop becoming. It simply continues becoming what it has always been, a system defined by competing internal forces, oscillating between temporary order and recurring instability. In either case, directionality remains. The only variable is whether it is intentional or emergent. Counterarguments to core positions. Any coherent philosophical system must contain internal resistance points, locations where its own structure becomes uncertain, incomplete, or potentially incorrect under alternative assumptions. In the first major counterargument to this framework is the possibility that morality is not purely constructed, but partially constrained by objective features of reality. Certain behaviors may consistently produce suffering or stability across all contexts, suggesting that morality could have a weak universal structure rather than being entirely emergent. The second counterargument concerns the interpretation of consciousness. If consciousness is not merely a byproduct of physical processes, but instead has properties not yet understood, then morality, meaning, and value may not be fully reducible to behavioral systems. This would reintroduce the possibility of non-constructed ethical reality. A third counterargument challenges the assumption that power structures inevitably corrupt. It is possible that corruption is not inherent to structure itself, but a failure mode of specific implementation conditions. Under different informational transparency, incentive alignment, or cognitive evolution, hierarchical or distributed systems may behave differently than predicted. A fourth counterargument concerns technological neutrality. While this framework treats technology as an amplifier of intent, it is possible that technology itself introduces emergent constraints on behavior. Certain technologies may reshape cognition, decision-making, and coordination in ways that are not purely neutral but structurally directional. A fifth counterargument is that human nature may not be as flexible as assumed. If psychological traits such as aggression, tribalism, or hierarchy-seeking are deeply biologically embedded, then structural redesign of civilization may be limited by immutable aspects of cognition rather than systemic design alone. A final counterargument is that the framework itself may be influenced by the same abstraction problem it critiques. By reducing complex lived systems into structural models, it risks oversimplifying phenomena that are inherently multi-layered, contextual, and partially non-reducible. None of these counterarguments invalidate the framework, but each introduces uncertainty into its claim of structural completeness. Unanswerable questions. There exist questions that remain structurally unresolved, not due to lack of information, but due to limitations in the relationship between consciousness and knowledge itself. What is the subjective origin of consciousness, and why does experience exist at all rather than non-experience? If morality is fully constructed, why do certain moral intuitions feel universally consistent across independent cultures? If the universe is indifferent, why does consciousness generate meaning at all rather than remaining purely mechanical? Is the perception of free will an emergent simulation of deterministic processes, or does agency represent a genuine causal deviation within physical systems? Can a system ever fully understand itself without introducing recursive distortion into its own model? Is extinction meaningful in any framework other than human interpretation, or does it represent only a transition without inherent significance? If all systems of belief are constructed, is the act of believing itself also a construct, or does it occupy a separate category of cognition? Can intelligence scale indefinitely without producing self-contradiction at higher levels of complexity? Is it possible for a civilization to fully eliminate suffering without eliminating the conditions that produce conscious experience itself? At what point does explanation stop being knowledge and become only a more refined form of uncertainty? These questions remain open not because they are ignored, but because their resolution may lie outside the boundaries of current cognitive framing. Personal philosophical code, non-religious ethical framework. This code is not a belief system, doctrine, or ideology. It is a structural ethical framework derived from observed patterns in human systems, designed to reduce unnecessary harm while preserving autonomy, clarity, and adaptive reasoning. 1. I will treat claims as conditional, not absolute, unless verified through consistent evidence or repeatable structure. 2. I will prioritize truth-seeking over comfort, even when truth is unstable, uncomfortable, or incomplete. 3. I will recognize that moral systems are constructed, but still operate within them to reduce harm and maintain coherence in shared environments. 4. I will reject claims of superiority based solely on belief systems, identity structures, or inherited ideology. 5. I will evaluate actions by context, consequence, and intent rather than categorical labeling alone. 6. I will remain aware that systems of power, governance, and economy tend toward self-preservation, and I will not assume benevolence without evidence of structure enforcing it. 7. I will recognize that suffering is real, but not always avoidable. However, unnecessary suffering caused by systemic design should be questioned and minimized. 8. I will maintain skepticism toward certainty while still acting decisively when action is required. 9. I will not treat any ideology as complete or final, including this one. Revision is a structural requirement of understanding. 10. I will prioritize clarity over ideology, structure over narrative, and understanding over belonging. This framework is not an identity. It is a method of operating within uncertainty without surrendering to illusion or control. Thank you and author note. This work was not written as an attempt to define truth for others, nor as an attempt to construct a belief system to be followed. It was written as an attempt to organize thought under conditions of uncertainty. At its core, this manuscript is the result of sustained reflection on systems, how humans form them, how they maintain them, and how those systems influence perception of reality itself. It is not intended to be absolute, complete, or final. It is a structured expression of internal reasoning about civilization, consciousness, morality, power, and meaning. The reason this work exists is not because I believe humanity lacks intelligence, but because I believe intelligence is often fragmented, isolated, or redirected through systems that prioritize control, identity, or survival over clarity. Much of human experience is filtered through inherited frameworks, religion, governance, economics, and culture, that shape interpretation before direct understanding is even possible. This writing is an attempt to strip those layers down to their functional core. It is also an attempt to confront themes that are often avoided: extinction, instability, control systems, belief formation, suffering, and the absence of guaranteed meaning. These are not presented to create despair, but to remove illusion where possible, and to replace it with structural awareness. There is no claim here that any of these conclusions are final. Instead, they are treated as working models, frameworks that can be adjusted, corrected, or dismantled if better explanations emerge. The motivation behind this work is simple in structure, even if complex in content: to understand what humans are, how systems shape them, and what possibilities exist if those systems are consciously examined rather than passively inherited. If anything in this manuscript resonates, it is not because it demands agreement, but because it reflects patterns that already exist within lived experience. If anything conflicts with your perspective, that conflict is not an error. It is part of the same process of interpretation this work is built upon. No belief system is required to engage with these ideas. Only attention, reflection, and willingness to question structure rather than assume it. This work belongs to no doctrine, no institution, and no ideology. It is simply an attempt to map thought under conditions where certainty is not guaranteed. End of manuscript. Written by BAAL PH. Alias/stream identity, BAAL. Project Philosophical Perspective. Year 2026. This manuscript was developed as a standalone philosophical framework exploring civilization systems, morality, power, technology, extinction, and human meaning structures the way I have experienced them. You have reached the end of the document.